Good afternoon and welcome back to the 2025 UNCLOUD Victorian Metro Championships. We are ready to get underway with session 2 and we are kicking off with event 27, the 400 metre medley for 12 and overs. We have 3 timed finals in this event this afternoon.
In the water now is event number 27, our women's 12 and over 400 metre IM. We have 3 timed finals here this afternoon, starting off with heat number 1.
400 IM short course, quite a challenging race. It is the longest individual medley that we compete in, but also those extra turns become so imperative in this event to absolutely nail. So it's all about timing the stroke into the wall so you finish on that full stroke. We don't want to see gliding into the wall. That'll slow down that momentum. And we also want to be getting away from the wall with those underwaters really nicely too.
It's also really easy in short course to get a bit carried away at the start with the fast sort of first butterfly leg, and we know that you've still got 350 metres to go once you turn at that wall. So relaxing into the race is super important. These girls are doing a great job out in lane number 7, Taylor Holt. She's only 12 years of age, so we saw her a little bit this morning. So she stuck around to do the 400 IM, and she will lead at the 100 metre mark in a time of 1:15.10.
So now we're looking for a few different elements to our strokes and the technique that we're using within an IM compared to if we were, say, just racing an individual 100 metre backstroke. Obviously in a medley, you know that we still have the breaststroke and the freestyle legs to come. So quite often we want to be a little bit lighter on those legs throughout this leg and make sure that they're just used to stay up at the surface so they're not dragging along behind. And we want to put more of an emphasis on the pull or the arms.
And as we're changing strokes, we're obviously changing muscle groups as well. And so you come off the butterfly pretty fatigued and into the backstroke. And a lot of the time the aim is to relax into that 100, build through that first 50, and then go on that second 50 of each stroke. So you'll see that as well in the breaststroke. You kind of build through that first 50, and then the second 50 within that 100 is the one you kind of put the hammer down.
Absolutely. A lot of coaches, the terminology we use is we try to negative split each 100, so that first 50 is a little bit slower, or that more to the point, the second 50 is the faster one of the two. And generally, if mentally that's how it feels, the splits will actually be quite similar because as you fatigue, you're putting in more effort, so the times stay the same.
Taylor Holt turning there after the backstroke, still well ahead of the rest of the field, 2:43.11. Heading now into the 100 metre breaststroke leg. She's seeming very comfortable at this point in time.
Yeah, we'll see if any of the girls have a strong breaststroke. We can see a lot of that ground made up throughout this 100 metres. It is quite the distance. If you do struggle on this leg, it's going to really show.
Yeah, we see a lot of the time in medley lead changes just due to the different strengths of strokes. Taylor at the moment though has been strong in the butterfly, backstroke and breaststroke, so a really versatile swimmer, which is really great to see at 12 years old. You want to be versatile.
100%, and she had such a fantastic morning of races. I saw her drop a lot of time, big personal best, and I don't think this race is going to be any different.
She's really building into this final 25 metres of her breaststroke leg. In the middle of the pool, though, we do have Alison and 2 Allies. They are battling it out for those minor places in this heat.
Ali, and Alison absolutely stroke for stroke down this final lap of the breaststroke, trying to make up the ground on Taylor Holt, but we do usually see this distance almost doubled as we start the freestyle because it is the faster leg.
Yeah, if you swim individual medley, you know you want to be ahead when you touch the wall at the breaststroke turn to freestyle. It's the way you, as you said, you double your distance. So that's exactly what Taylor has done. She's now 15 metres ahead of these girls. The girls in the middle, Alison, Ali, they are pushing themselves as a little pack there in the middle.
And you can just see Taylor bringing in that 6-beat kick behind her. She'll now turn. She's got 50 metres left. The girls have separated a little bit from that pack now down this freestyle. It is Alison who's pulling out into the lead ahead of Ali Hutchinson. And Ali Chung just kind of falling off the back here with that last 50 left to swim.
Taylor Holt has put together an incredible 400 IM here. I think we're going to see another massive drop in time, possibly one of her biggest ones yet this morning. 12 years of age and done so many different races. Absolutely great to see her come out here. And she touches in the wall 5:30.27, a massive drop from her 6:12 entry time.
And quite the fight here onto the finish there with Alison just narrowly getting her hand on the wall in front of Ali, 5:42.33, 5:42.61.
Alrighty, we have heat 2 of the women 12 and over 400 metre IM, starting with our first flap of butterfly. Touching in first place is Scott in lane 6.
Yeah, it's a great start there from Arabella and Jemima, 5 and 6, just relaxing into that first 50 of butterfly. It'll be Jemima that turns first in a time of 32.32, followed only 0.4 of a second behind by Arabella. But again, we spoke about relaxing in this first 100 metre butterfly and how important it is because you've got 3 other strokes to come.
Great turn there from lane 2. Nice and fast. Turns are really, really important, especially in short course season.
And definitely in a 400 IM, you've got quite a few of them, and they're points where you can gain and lose. They're really simple ways to actually get faster, and especially if you've worked on them in training, this is a great time to replicate them in the race. It's a great little battle between Arabella and Jemima in lanes 5 and 6 as they head down to the first 50 of their backstroke. Again, Kalia spoke a little bit about earlier in the previous 400 that backstroke, you've still got breaststroke, which is very leg dominant to go. So backing off a little bit on those legs, a little bit different to what you'd see in a normal 100 metre backstroke or 200 metre backstroke.
Yep, and that's exactly what these girls are doing. Their arms look fantastic. Lane 9 creeping up here.
We definitely saw earlier this morning that lane 0 and 9 was quite a popular lane to be leading races and doing really well. So that seems to be happening again this afternoon as these girls come down to the wall. The backstroke to breaststroke turn, it's Jemima who's leading at 2:36.1. Again, breaststroke, sometimes you can be really strong at it, other times it can be one of your weakest strokes, and so we'll see who can gain a little bit of lead as lane number 2 starts to make their way through Renee Lister.
It was definitely interesting to watch those back to breast turns. Lots of different ways to do that one.
Compared to on the other side of the pool, Renee, she's got like that more traditional breaststroke where they lift up and over.
Renee Lister is starting to make her way through now. Obviously a stronger breaststroker, and she's starting to gain on the 2 girls that were leading after the backstroke. Arabella Scott still leading 3:22.79. But I think after this 50, we might see a bit of a lead change as we turn into the breaststroke to freestyle. As we mentioned earlier, you want to be ahead in the breaststroke to freestyle turn. You can definitely gain almost double the distance.
Lane 2's breaststroke looking really strong, nice and high out of the water. Definitely using both her arms and her legs, which is super important.
And you can see that that's really benefiting her. She's gone from a body length behind these girls to actually almost a body length in front, and so she will lead heading into this freestyle leg. 4:07.90 is her split time. She'll start to really put on the afterburners here with only 100 metres left to swim. Arabella Scott definitely not letting Renee Lister have all her way as we head down to 50 metres left to swim. Renee had the lead at the start of this freestyle leg, but Arabella has been super strong in this freestyle, and she's just taken over the lead with almost 25 metres left to swim. As the girls come down 10 metres ago, this has been an absolutely fantastic last freestyle leg from Arabella. She really dominated in it, and she will touch the wall first, 5:22.35, followed by Renee Lister, 5:24.67, and touching third there was Jemima Hale, 5:26.75, rounding out heat number 2.
It's our third and final heat in the 400 IM for 12 and over girls. A few of these swimmers opting to stay under, pretty close to that 15-metre mark. Kate Golby out in lane 9, one of them, but it was underway quickly on the far side of the pool from Audriana David. She'll turn in a 14.75.
Some really quick turns from our girls there.
Definitely making the most of these turns, and particularly the underwaters early on. Good to see, staying under, a lot of them getting close to that 8-metre mark. Really well done by Arika Adenko off that 50-metre turn there. She's pulled her way into the lead, and not too far behind her is Emerson Hogan. And a couple of these girls, a pretty quick turnover time between that 800 freestyle before into this 400 IM.
Lane 4 still touching in first with a 1:08.57.
As we can see, we're already getting that nice inverted V shape throughout this heat. Those centre lanes starting to pull away from the rest of the field pretty early on.
This will be listen only.
And Arika very strong through this backstroke. Already taking that lead out to around that 5 metre mark. Still pretty close there between Audriana and Emerson, with Lucy Reid just sitting on Audriana David's hip over in lane 2.
So our backstroke to breaststroke turn, again, as we were talking earlier, lots of different ways to do this one. You've got your touch turn, your crossover turn. You can either do the flip or the swivel.
Yeah, obviously the main thing we're looking for there is that the athletes complete, I should say, the leg of backstroke still on their back. So that's kind of the difference between that. What makes a legal turn and what makes an illegal turn. Strong breaststroke leg here from Audriana David. She's just starting to pull away from Emerson into a clearer second place spot, but it is Arika Radenko in lane 4, still far out in the lead. She's built that gap to over 5 metres now, and we will see that probably move to around 10 as she comes into the freestyle, and we know she's a great distance freestyler, Arika, so this is going to be a nice, strong final 100 from her, I'm sure.
Touching the wall there in a 3:56.4. Great time. She's definitely using those legs in this last 100.
She's got that really strong kick out behind her. And some good length of stroke too with her freestyle pull. We don't want to see those arms shortening up too much, which can happen as the swimmers start to get fatigued. Still a really tight race between our second and third placed athletes now, with Emerson just moving her way back into that second place spot ahead of Audriana David. With Arika now on that final 25 metres and really rating up as she comes down under the flags here. A sub 5 minute swim from her, 4:57.04. Emerson powering down this last 25. She'll secure second onto the wall there, 5:10.25. Ahead of Audriana, 5:12.00.
In the water now, we have event number 28, our men 12 and over 400 metre IM. We have heat number 1 of 3 in the water now. And a strong first 50 there from Luca Henderson in a time of 30.74 as the boys settle into the second 50 of their butterfly leg.
Absolutely, a really important thing in our IM for the butterfly is making sure that you are getting a lot or enough oxygen. So you'll see plenty of these boys opting to breathe either every stroke or at least every second stroke. You don't want to hold that breath and go into oxygen deficit too early.
And it will be Luca Henderson turning first there after that butterfly leg, 106.43. And just maintaining that slight lead in the first 25 of backstroke. You can see the boys holding off on their legs a little bit, trying to reserve a little bit of energy before they head into breaststroke.
Yeah, we know by the time you do get into that breaststroke leg of the IM, your shins are probably going to start to burn. You're certainly going to be feeling it throughout the whole of your legs. So the more we can hold off and just use them more for that balance element of the stroke and just staying high in the water, the better off they're going to be in the second half of this 400.
There's definitely an element of resting a little bit or conserving a little bit of energy when it comes to that switch of stroke. So that first 50 of backstroke, the first 50 of breaststroke, you know, you've still got a couple of strokes afterwards. So conserving that energy a little bit, finding that sort of medium balance.
Yeah, it's definitely a race of tactics, and you 100% have to play to your strengths as well. So if you're a super strong backstroker, you aren't just going to sit back and relax quite as much as maybe someone who is a breaststroker and they're saving themselves for that. You are going to be pushing that backstroke leg just a little bit harder.
And you can see Kalen there, his breaststroke is obviously his strength. He just sat there in the backstroke, conserved his energy a little bit to really push in a stroke that he knows he's going to gain distance on.
And he's also getting a really long way in those split strokes on his underwater, so he's not having to do as much work on the surface, which is certainly going to help him conserve those energy stores for the freestyle too.
If you can work on your turns and you can work on the distance and know that it's easier for you to go underwater and conserve a little bit of that energy, it's actually a really easy way to gain a little bit of speed and time in a race like this, a 400 IM. You've got so many different opportunities to actually do the turn. If you can even get 0.1 of a second each time you turn, that calculates to be almost a second in the end.
Absolutely, and it's something we talk about. It's free speed. You know, it doesn't take all that much more energy to just time that streamline a little bit more, have a better position coming off the wall to make sure that we're not creating too much drag. You want to be below that drag zone as well. And all of these little things they add up very quickly in our short course racing.
Kalen did a fantastic job there in his breaststroke leg. We did say that it looks like it might be his strongest stroke, and it definitely is. He's put 10 metres on the rest of the field. He'll go into this and maybe a little bit too far for the rest of the field to catch up, but we'll see what happens.
He's certainly set himself up really well. Logan McEwen also had a really good breaststroke. He was kind of sitting back with that pack during the backstroke, and he's improved his way into that second place spot just in front of Luca Henderson. And those two boys are pretty much stroke for stroke down this first 50 of the freestyle.
Yeah, there's a really great battle happening between lane 3 and lane 6. Kalen out the front may have too much of a lead. And a great turn there from Luca Henderson. It actually put a body length ahead of Logan. So that's what we're talking about. Those turns are such easy places to gain that lead. We'll see if he can try and catch Kalen in lane 5.
I'm not sure if he's going to quite have enough to get there, but he's certainly done a fantastic job in this freestyle and closed that gap incredibly well. It will not be enough. Kaylin Theodore in lane 5. He's going to take out the first heat here. 5:04.31 ahead of Luca Henderson. 5:08.06 with Logan McEwen finishing in third. 5:12.74.
Alrighty, we have heat 2 of our event 28 men 12 and over 400 meter IM. Lane 4 making a really good start in that first 25.
Lane number 4 is Jacques Ismail. Had great underwaters there. He really gained some distance, capitalising on the underwaters, and you can see he'll touch first 28.29, followed by Harriet Kuma 29.53. And at the moment, it's all in the middle of the pool, lanes 4 and 3. Jacques Ismail has put a body length in front of Harry Krumer as they come down to the fly to backstroke leg. 102.12, followed by 103.67 as they relax now into their backstroke leg.
Great turn there from lane 4. Really, really solid underwater again.
And you can see that making such a difference. He's coming off the walls and he's coming up stroking fast from an underwater and gaining his distance on the rest of the field. That's what's putting him in the lead at this time. As we come down to the final 25 metres of this backstroke leg, Jacques Ismail has put a further lead from his lead in the butterfly on lane number 3, Harry Kuma, and starting to make his way through over in lane number 1, Samuel Mills, having a great backstroke leg here. We know in a 400 IM, some athletes will have stronger strokes. So we'll see if the couple of boys over in lanes 3 and 1 can start to catch Jacques Ismail, who put such a lead on them in the butterfly and backstroke. The boys seem to be doing really nicely. They've got long, strong strokes using their arms and legs and starting to gain that distance on Jacques. Harry and Samuel starting to come up on the hip of Jacques. Again, breaststroke, obviously being a stronger one of their strokes. really capitalising on this 100 metres. We've gone from a couple of body lengths ahead in lane number 4, and these boys have started to catch up. And I wouldn't be surprised if one of them turns first ahead of Isaac.
Lane 1 there, Samuel Mills turning in first with a 3:40.
And now we have a bit of a race on here. The boys really caught up in that breaststroke leg. Samuel finally got the lead over in lane number 1. We'll see if he can continue to gain on Isaac or whether Isaac can regain his lead back. We have 50 metres left to swim in this 400 IM. We've seen a couple of lead changes throughout, but it looks like who our first leader was, Isaac Ismail, has put on his afterburners in this 100 metre freestyle leg, and he leads the other two boys, Samuel in lane 1 and Harry in lane 2. It's going to come down to a bit of a sprint finish. We've got 10 metres left to swim. Lane 4, Isaac Ismail lost the lead a little bit there in the breaststroke, but gained it back. He'll touch first, 4:48.06, followed by Samuel Mills, 4:49.11, and touching third in that heat, Harry Kuma, 4:49.67.
Alrighty, we have heat 3, our final heat of our 12 and over 400 metre IM.
Given this is our last heat, you'll notice that a lot of the entrants have some very impressive times up here. All of them are in fact under 5 minutes, so we're going to see some really quick racing in this heat.
Touching in first, there is Callum Rossetto in a 28.49.
Now he's just maintained his lead, but coming in close behind is Flynn Phillips and Milo Dressel-Tabuin. Now coming into this wall, you'll notice that in the underwaters, these boys will try and get as far as they can to see if they can conserve some energy.
And we've just swapped our leader there.
We're coming up with 50 metres to go in the backstroke leg, and we're still seeing a solid lead from Callum Rossetto with Kynan Power coming short behind. Now we're heading into the halfway mark of this race, and you'll notice that the officials on the side of the pool are going to be having a look at their back to breast turn, making sure that it's legal with their belly button facing up. If not, that is a disqualification. So you can see a variety of different turns, and also in the breaststroke you can see different ways that people are swimming. We have some who have a more traditional upright type breaststroke, as you can see with for example, Milo Dressel de Bruin. And that you will probably see some of those boys who are stronger in the breaststroke start to come through in this leg.
Lane 4 there, touching in a 3:13.42. Breaststroke being one of his strengths.
Yeah, and that was an awesome underwater from Finn Phillips. You can just see how he's extended his lead coming off that wall alone. Now as we go into the freestyle leg, all the boys are putting on their afterburners. You can see that they're kicking a lot more, and that will get them through to the end of this race. Now it's a tight battle between lane 4 and lane 1, who are actually both breathing towards each other. So when you have that in the pool and you're able to see your competitor, it can really act as a good incentive to swim even faster, especially in this point of the race where all the lactic acid is building in your legs and you're so close to the end. And heading under the finish, it looks like it's going to be Flynn Phillips with a time of 4:35.92, which is just over his entry time, so awesome swim.
In the water with us, we have event number 29, the women 50-metre freestyle multiclass.
Now, multi-class races, we do know they work a little bit differently. They are based on a point score, so whichever athletes can get closest to the world record in their classification, they will get the highest number of points, and then obviously our highest point scorers are our winners. So we will be waiting to see those point scores post-race once all of our athletes have finished. But that was a superb effort there from Jessica McDermott, a 31.66. She's smashed her entry time of a 32.30. Touching onto the wall in second was Scarlett Morgan, and then finishing off onto the wall in third, Amber Stelling.
Alrighty, so the same as our women's 50-metre freestyle multiclass, we now have the men's 50-metre freestyle multiclass in the pool. So again, this one's not based on time, it's based on point score. And we've got a bit of a head-to-head battle between the first three boys here. But it looks like it's going to be lane 4 in a 27.64. Great swim.
Away and racing now. It's event 31, the 50-metre freestyle for 13 and over girls. Great job out in these far lanes. Angelina Nguyen and Talitha Fish got away very quickly there. 13.81 onto the wall. we come down this second 25. And it's still those far side of the pool girls going head-to-head into the finish. Looks like Jazzy will get there first. 28-48 for Jasmine Hume, with Angelina in second and Alexandra in third.
Off and swimming is heat number 2 of 16. And it looks like lane number 7 might turn first, but there's a few of them all together. Coming out of the turn with a ripper turn there was lane number 4, Hayley Warren. Really used her underwater there to get in front of the rest of the field. She will go down to the wall and touch first in a time of 29.16, followed by Hannah Wilkinson, 29.65, and touching third was Matilda Noonan.
Alrighty, heat 3 in the water now. Great start from lane 9. Really fast turn from lane 2 there, definitely closing that gap. But I think it's going to be lane 9 touching with a 29.15.
And we are off with heat 4 of the 50-metre freestyle girls. That was an awesome start from lane 7, Matilda Draper. And these girls will be keeping their head down for as long as they can. The less breaths they take, the faster they should be going. And we're seeing a breakaway from lane 8, Ivy Zhu, who is powering to the wall and coming in at a 29.22, which is under her entry time, so awesome PB, good job.
Heat 5 hitting the water now, and it was a nice start in lane 5 by Amy Preuss. Coming up alongside her, Isabella Chung, and they're going to go through in that first 25 out in front. 14.12 foot to the turn from Amy, and she's come away on that underwater nicely. Really attacking down this second 25 though is Simone Way over in lane 1. She might have almost pulled her way out into the lead here, and she will get her hand on the wall first. Sub 29 in a 28.72, ahead of Amy, 29.02, and Dulcie in third, 29.50.
Off and swimming is heat number 6. And it's a ripper start there in lane number 4 from Jesselyn. She She really came flying out the blocks and put half a body length on the rest of the field just in the start, and look how it's helped her. She has dominated this 50 and is going to definitely put down a very quick time at 27.67, followed by Ali Alam over in lane 2 and Isla Eagleton in lane 7.
Alrighty, heat 7 of 16 in the water now. All sub 30 entry time, so some really fast girls in here. A bit of a head-to-head battle with a few of our girls here. But touching in first will be lane 3 with a lane 2, sorry.
The girls in heat 8 up and racing early there. Good start from Shelby Morgan. We're seeing those outside lanes once again, getting great underwaters here. Going onto the wall first, though, it was Emily Reardon in lane 6, and she's maintained that lead through the turn. Coming down under the flags. She'll hold on for that win there, 28.82 ahead of Shelby, 29.18, and Charisse Chan in third.
Often racing heat number 9 of 16. In the middle of the pool there from Ivanhoe Swim, Ruby Kenda having a great start. Also out in lane number 2, Caitlin Haisler. It will be who can come off the turn the best, and it will be lane 0 coming out in front. Lane number 9 as well, Phoebe Scarf. All girls having a ripper swim here. Who will get to the wall first? It'll be Phoebe Scarf, 27.37, followed by Caitlin Haisler, 28.10, and Ruby Kenda, 28.44.
Alrighty, heat 10 of 16 of the girls 50-metre freestyle. Wow, that was a great start from lane 0 and a super fast turn. And she touches with a 26.27 with a huge lead.
Up and away for heat 11. Off quickly, Jolene Lee in lane 8. A lot of action from this side of the pool early on. but it will be Kayla Enters who turns in first at a 13.53, and she had the best of the underwaters. That's what we're tending to see. If you can get away from that turn at the 25 well, you're going to maintain that lead. No one's going to catch you down that second 25. So Kayla 27.65 takes out heat 11.
We have heat number 12 in the water with us now. And it is an extremely even start across all 9 swimmers in the water. Ever so slightly, lane number 3, Peyton Wiley. As it's going to be an extremely tight finish here, probably between lanes 3 and 4. It'll be who can get the full stroke. Head down on the wall, it will be Peyton Wiley, 27.79, followed by Arabella Scott, and then Alicia Overall.
This is heat 13 in the water, and it was Pippa Brown who got away well off that start. Not a lot between the girls in this heat, and we will certainly start to see the races tighten up as we get to these final 3 races in the 50-metre freestyle. Pippa just pushing her way out into the front further down this second 25, and it will be our outside lane. So Pippa Brown, 27.71, ahead of Dana Barnett, 28.02, and Jordan Barnwell in 28.03.
Alrighty, heat 14 in the water with us. Great start from these girls. We're definitely watching to see their legs moving just as fast as their arms. Lane 3, that was an exceptional underwater. And lane 2 and lane 3 are head to head, but it will be lane 2 touching with a 27.52.
And we're away with heat 15 of the girls 50-metre freestyle. Now this is the second last heat, so expect to see some really fast racing. Now there's no real distinct lead here. All the girls are pretty even, but touching in first off the wall we've got Zara Olawonyi in the 12.88. And now she has extended that lead coming off the wall. And watch as everyone puts their head down for this final straight. And we have Zara coming in at a 26.49, followed by Elizabeth Mack with a 27.31.
Race is on. It's our final heat of the 50 freestyle. Once again, those outside lanes working the underwaters very nicely here, but we will be looking towards those central golden lanes as Nazia turns there in a 12.55 ahead of Gabrielle King and Rihanna Chen. It is the girls in the middle with Nazia just edging her way out in front. Gabrielle really trying to make that last-ditch attempt, but isn't quite going to get there with Nazia 25.99 ahead of Gabrielle 26.53 and Rihanna 26.56.
We head now to event number 32, our men 13 and over 50 metre freestyle. We have 2 athletes in the water with us in this first heat. And it is lane number 5, Xavier Webley, who's really taking it out nice and strongly. He's got a fast stroke rate. You can see his legs kicking hard. And he comes down under the flags. He'll touch the wall first, 30.11, followed by Samuel Han, 31.65.
Heat 2 of 24 hitting the pool now, and it's those outside lanes once again, 7 and 8. Michelle and Calvin going out nicely down that first 25. It was a good turn from the centre, though, with Lucas Cook moving his way into the lead down this second 25, all from that underwater there. As they come down to touch, and it will be Lucas, 28.82, ahead of Calvin, 29.70.
Now, this is heat 3 of the boys 50 metre freestyle. Having a really good start is lane 6, that is Edward Elliott. And he is going to flip first on the 13.65. Now, he's doing an awesome job extending his lead, but the other boys are coming into him, particularly lane 2. But Edward is going to hold on with a 28.31.
Alrighty, heat 4 in the pool of 24. Now, all of these entry times are pretty close, so it will be interesting to see who takes out the win here. Great swim from lane 7. Head down, no breathing to the wall, and he touches in a 27.37. Huge PB.
Heat 5 underway, and it was an explosive underwater there from lane 3, Aston Wilson. Let's go him out into a nice lead early on in this race. 12.87 foot to the turn from Aston, followed on by Michael Yu, and they are still your leaders with 10 metres left to swim in this race. Evan Toe starting to push up alongside Michael, but it will be all Aston, 26.92.
And we are off and away with heat 6 of the 50 metre freestyle. Now, most of the boys in these heat are 13, so they'll be racing each other in a few weeks at Victorian Age Short Course Championships. And turning first, we have lane 4, Michael Fan, who's done a beautiful job of leading this race. Now, putting his head down under the wall, all of these boys will be coming in, trying to save as much oxygen as possible. And we have him coming in at a 26.81.
Alrighty, heat 7 of 24 in the pool with us now. Now, all of these boys have a sub 30 PB. That was a great underwater from lane 3. Really utilising the fastest part of his race, which is the underwater. And touching in first place is lane 3 with a 27.63.
Heat 8 in the water and away and swimming in lane 7 has had a great start, also in lane number 3. As we come down to the turn, lane number 3, Fraser Blair having the best of turns, using his underwater to his best advantage, and he will come down to the wall and touch first, 27.29, followed by Ryan Altus and Sean Wang.
Away we go. It's heat 9 in the water now. Once again, seeing that fiery lane 9 start. Bill Wang got away quickly on the underwater as we come into that first turn. And he will lead us through just under that 13-second barrier at a 12.94. Following him on was Ethan Carr. With the better of the turns, though, Ethan's pushed his way up into the lead. Trying to fight up alongside him is Isaac Finlayson. But it will be Ethan Carr, 26.85, ahead of Bill Wang, 27.32, and Isaac in third.
In the water now, we have heat number 10. Having the best of starts was lane number 6 and 2. They'll lead the way at 25 metres, but having the better of turns was lane number 2. As we come down under the flags, and it will be lane number 2, 26.96, followed by lane number 3, and then lane number 6. If you are volunteering for the backstroke ledges, could we please ask you to come down to pool deck and make your way down? That is the volunteers for the backstroke ledges.
Heat 11 of 24 in the pool now. That was an incredible underwater from lane 7 there. And it will be lane 8, touching with a 26.22.
We move along now to heat 12, and it's lane 5 there, Freddie Tomlinson. He got up and racing very swiftly down that first 25, turning in a 12.53. And once again, those underwaters being a big differentiating factor as we come into that second 25. Freddie will hang on for the win there, 25.83 ahead of Benjamin Shang, 26.22, and Samuel Ng in third, 26.94.
All right, heat 13. And lane 0 and lane 3 having an incredible start to this race. But it will be lane 0 touching with a 25.42, which is a huge PB.
Heat 14 away and swimming. And lane number 3 from Furbank Aquastars seems to have the lead ever so slightly at the 25-metre turn, but it really is anyone's here. You could throw a blanket across this field. It looks like it might be lanes 8 and 9 ever so slightly ahead. But it will be lane number 1, Zachary 26.28, followed by Ryan Martin and William Thraves.
And getting back underway now. This is heat 15 of our 24 heats of men's 13 and over 50 metre freestyle. Once again, these 50 metre events, there is absolutely nothing separating these boys. Their entry times all sitting around that 26 mid mark. Nice turn there from Xavier Walker. Starting to challenge him is Campbell Mills in lane 3. They're going to go into the wall out the front. Harrison Baxter just spoils that there. Xavier Walker 25.97 ahead of Harrison 26.00.
And heat 16 underway. A great start from lane 5. Lane 5 in obvious lead at the moment. I don't think they're going to quite catch him, and he will touch in first with a 23.68. What a fantastic time.
And we are off with heat 17 of the boys 50 metre freestyle. That was an awesome underwater we have from lane 5. And coming into the turn, these boys will be trying to get as much speed as possible and carrying it through really nicely. Now this is a really even heat, but it seems like we might have an outside smoker in lane 9. Or nearly. We have lane 2, Harold Kazoo coming in first and Andre Tallarico coming in second.
As we look to heat 18 now, we're just starting to notice a few of these boys actually swam the 800 earlier, so this is going to be a nice shift in gears for them as we go into that turn. 11.99 for Benjamin King, leading the way in front of Joshua Carnes, 12.03, and he holds that lead down this second 25. A little bit of an attack coming here from Daniel Nguyen in lane 6. And Daniel gets there, 24.77 ahead of Benjamin King, 24.87, and Joshua in third, 25.08.
Alrighty, heat 19 underway. A fantastic start from these boys, but lane 7 in the lead. Touching with an 11.60. Oh, and I think he might maintain his lead, although lane 2, I think, just caught him with a 24.13.
All right, we are off with heat 20 of the boys 50 metre free. In lane 4, we actually have one of our multi-class swimmers, Samuel Greatorex, who is going to the World Masters Championships later on this year. He's popped up first in the lead and looks like he's on his way to win this race. And he's going to touch in a 23.76. And in second, we have Terence Tang. Good job.
All right, we're starting to get to the pointy end of the 50-metre freestyle. Heat 21 in the water now. Up and away well was Zachary Gordon and Lemuel Janasa in lanes 6 and 7, but it was Liam Butner who turned in first and come off that wall, absolutely smashing it down this second 25. He's only increased that lead into the wall there at a 23.42 ahead of Lachlan Rundell and Louis Amorossi.
Alrighty, heat 22 of 24. We are nearly there. And touching in first is lane 4 with a 23.80.
Our second last heat in the 50 freestyle. Very long underwater there. Alexander Hillman out in lane 8. Quickest reaction in the pool as well, and he'll get the turn there in an 11.19. Really nice underwater from Eli Billman to pull his way up alongside Alexander. They're going to go down under the flags together. And Eli sneaks his hand on first, 23.31. Joel Timlin finishes in second, 23.50, and Alexander Hillman, 23.64.
Now this is our final hit of the boys 50-metre freestyle. These boys will be going really fast today, and most of them will probably not even take any breaths in this lap. Touching first off the wall, we have Lachlan Jacket Simpson, but this race is so hard to call. We've got everyone sprinting into the finish, but it seems like a really tight competition between lanes 4 and lane 5, and it is lane 4, Lachlan Jacket Simpson.
in the water. Now we have event number 33, our women 13 and over 200 metre backstroke. In the water now we have heat number 1 of 5. And leading the way out nicely over in lane 2 is Eve Perry. And Madison out in lane number 9 as they come down to the first 50 metre turn. It will be Madison at 36.09. Eve Perry out in lane number 2 with a really nice backstroke. You can see she's not moving her head too much. She's sitting nice and high in the water, relaxed and holding a lot of water. As we head down now to the 100 metre mark, this third 50 is such an important 50 when it comes to 200 backstroke. Can really gain some distance or lose it depending on how you specifically swim your race, but it is Eve Perry out in lane number 2, still looking really relaxed and strong and building really nicely through this race.
Both of these girls in the lead are utilising their underwaters of every single wall, definitely trying to make that 5 metres.
We talk more and more about short course swimming and how vital those turns are, where you can really gain some easy speed, and these two girls are doing that nicely. And it's especially hard when you get to these final 50, these last couple of turns. Your body's burning. You want to try and get as much oxygen in as possible, but also capitalise on those underwaters.
Lane 2 has created a nice lead for herself.
Eve Perry coming down to the wall. She's led from start to finish, perfected this race. She'll touch in a 2:34.43, followed by Madison in lane number 9, 2:39.33, and touching third, and Carpenter.
Heat 2 underway, and getting off the blocks really well there was lane 4, Adeline Sun. Good underwater from her too. You just saw off that backstroke dive, that real nice height. She cleared the water, and that's something we certainly look for our more experienced athletes to be doing.
We saw some really great skills in the previous heat, and these girls looking to do the same thing as we come down to the 50 metre turn. It'll be Adeline who turns first in a 35.98. She's staying underwater for a little bit longer than the rest of the field, and you can see that she's gaining distance from doing that.
Yeah, now, Sean, we spoke earlier today about how this is kind of the first hit-off event of our short course season. This is the perfect opportunity for our athletes to be showcasing the skills that they've been working on in this previous training block. And obviously, being short course season, I'm sure there's a big emphasis on those skills, in particular the underwaters. off the turns. So this is kind of where athletes are getting that opportunity to come, see how they go, try and start the skills well and see if they can maintain it for this entire 200, because I'm sure by the time you get to that 7th turn and underwater, your lungs are burning, your legs are burning. Probably most of it's kind of pretty challenging there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we had nationals in April and then trials in June. So a lot of these athletes would have come away from those competitions working on different things. And this might be the first time that they're actually showcasing what they've been working or experimenting with. We always want to get better as athletes, and these are really easy ways to actually gain time and be better.
We come into that 150-metre turn. Adeline is still out in the lead, but Amy Byers had a really good second 50 and third 50 to close that gap. She's sitting just at the feet of Adeline, and sitting in third is Ali Lamb. So they are 1, 2, 3 now with 25 metres left to swim.
Adeline has had the best of skills in this race, and you can really see how she's got a whole body length on Amy next to her. So it's been a really great swim from her, along with Amy next to her and Ali in lane 6. So it will be Adeline 2:33.88.
Away we go now with heat 3, and some good skills from the Ivanhoe girls. Once again, Mika Tharpe in lane 3 had a really great underwater. Coming through nicely on this first 25 though. Macy Smither in lane 4. They're going to turn in first and second. Already at that 50-metre mark, the two girls in lanes 3 and 4 trying to pull away from the rest of the pack here. Having a good swim out in lane 7 is Ella Ratton. She's not too far behind them as they come into that 75-metre mark. Really nice race going on here between Mika and Macy. They're almost just swapping throughout each 25. Mika, once again, those good underwaters, she pulls away, and then Macy kind of chases her down each lap to end up even. As we come through into this final 50, I think we're certainly going to have quite the race on our hands. .25 metres left to swim, less than half a second separating our leaders. It is still Mika and Macy. Mika just in front, but Macy really starting to push her way up alongside and through into the lead. It's all about timing that final stroke onto the wall. And it will be Maisie Smither, 2:29.42 to take out heat 3. Mika finishes in second, 2:30.21, and a really nice final 50 from Allegra over in lane 0 to touch in third in a 2:31.67.
Alrighty, heat 4 of 5 in the water of event 33, our women's 13 and over 200 metre backstroke. Now, great start from lane 7 and lane 8 there.
Yeah, it was a really strong first 25 from those two girls, and they continued that into their turns. You can see they've got a bit of a higher stroke rate than the rest of the field, so they're pretty much stroke for stroke in this first 50, 33.54 from Phoebe and 33.60. Sierra turned second, but actually came out ahead of Phoebe, meaning that she's using her underwaters to her advantage.
And she does the same thing here, coming up at around 6 metres in her underwater.
Yeah, we look to have, as athletes, 4, 5, 6 kicks, whatever works for you off each wall. That definitely gets harder and harder as the race goes on. Coming off that first wall, second wall, a bit easier to hit those skills. That's why it's so vital for, you know, the athletes in the water to practice these sorts of things in training.
And using those underwaters, she has worked so hard, and it's paid off because she is leading from start to finish here.
Yeah, you can really see that those underwaters are gaining the ever so slight lead, and then Phoebe starts to come back at her on top of the water. So using their strengths to their advantage, Sierra under the water, Phoebe on top of the water, and it's actually creating such a great race for us here. Both girls, they led, they were really strong in that first 50, and they're coming down to almost 25 metres left to swim.
Lane 5 here creeping up though, closing that gap that she had before.
Yeah, it's a very strong finish there from Madison Baker in lane 5. We'll see which of the girls can hold on in this last 5 metres. It's going to come down to the touch. And it will be Phoebe Scarf, 2:24.57, followed by Madison Baker, 2:24.80, and Sierra Kaufman, 2:25.02.
Alrighty, heat 5 of 5 for our 200 metre backstrokers.
Yeah, it was an awesome start there from lane 7, Alexandra Skinner. over in lane 0 and 1 as well.
That was an excellent underwater from lane 0 there.
Yeah, all 4 of the girls that are leading this race really using their underwaters to their advantage as we turn to the 50, and it will be Alyssa Lever, 32.45, leading the way.
It's super important, the girls coming into the wall here, that they know their stroke count, so how many arms they're doing from flags to wall, so that they're able to turn and push off the wall and utilise that underwater for the beginning of their next lap.
Yeah, we keep talking about how vital these turns are in short course swimming, particularly in a 200 backstroke. We know that backstroke underwater is a big part of the stroke, and these girls doing exactly that. We've got Alyssa, 106.62. She's really putting on a dominant swim here, about a body length ahead of the lane 6, Judy. This all-important third 50 of this 200 backstroke. Alyssa working really hard out the front, but also Judy in lane 6 has definitely caught up ever so slightly. So it'll be a great race in this last 50 metres. We can see the girls starting to lift their stroke rate, knowing that they only have almost 25 metres left to swim. The kick starts to come in, their body starts to get higher in the water, and their strokes start to get faster. With only 10 metres left to swim, Alyssa has done an incredible job here. She's going to touch the wall first in a time of 2:16.28, followed by Judy, 2:18.13, and touching third out in lane 0, Grace Doby, 2:19.91.
Alrighty, we are kicking off the event 34, the men's 13 and over 200 metre backstroke. With just the 3 swimmers in the water. Lane 5 making an excellent start with a fantastic turn.
Lane 5 is certainly going out nice and strong here in the 200. Setting himself up well onto the wall there, 35.86. And looking really comfortable. Let's see if he can maintain that speed throughout.
And with another great turn and underwater, he's just made that gap a little bit bigger.
You can see he's looking fairly smooth, got good hold on that water, and each stroke he's just starting to pull away that little bit more as they come around at the 100 metre mark. It is Sean Wang out in front, 1:15.39, ahead of Aaron Guan and Oscar Sharp. Good to see those turns haven't changed too much throughout this race. He's still making it past the flags each time he pushes off. And we'll come down now with 50 metres left to swim. Sean Wang comfortably out in the lead. I don't think anyone's going to be able to make up that gap with just 50 metres left. He's about 7 seconds out in front of Aaron, who turned at a 2:02 in front of Oscar, 2:05 there. And under the flags now, Sean Wang. It's going to be a great personal best swim for him. Entry time of a 2:44, and he's just swam a 2:35.18. Coming into the wall in second, Aaron, 2:42.41. And a long finish there from Oscar Sharp to take third from Heat 1. Away and racing now, Heat 2. Very close down this first 25 between those centre lanes. Terence Chi in 3, Jaden Zheng in 4. They've gone out in a 16.2 and 16.3.
Pulling away nicely after that underwater is lane 3 again, Terence Chi, who has really opened up this gap through that underwater, and we'll watch this happen time and time again throughout this race, and we'll see if he can hold on to that.
Took the words right out of my mouth. The key is being able to hold on to those skills as we go through. We do know 200-metre events have 7 turns within the race. That's 7 opportunities for you to either increase your lead, or if you are behind, try and make up that little bit of ground. But Terence really doing the hard work on those underwaters. You can see him get those couple of fly kicks in, making it past the flags each time ahead of his competitors.
Yeah, he's opened a really nice gap there. And coming into the 125-metre mark, this is when you're going to really start to feel that burn, especially as that lactic acid builds up in your legs.
Yeah, and I think backstroke is one of those races where it can hit you quite suddenly. You can be sort of swimming along and then go into the wall feeling not so bad, and then you start those fly kicks and it can really weigh heavily on you. But Terence doing a great job here. It looked like he lifted his stroke rate just a little bit through that 50, and now 50 metres to go for all the swimmers in the field. Moving his way into second is Ken Kai in lane 5. That was a nice third 50 from him. And sitting in third is Daniel in lane 6.
Yeah, and as these boys start to come in under the flags, and especially through this last 25, you'll see them using their legs a lot more to get them through to the very end of that race. And that was an awesome touch by Terence, coming in at a 22.22.87, which is well under his entry time of 2:36.62. So an awesome chance to improve and update your times at this Metro Championships.
All right, heat 3 of 6 underway. Great start from lane 6, turning in first there.
Yeah, those boys in the middle lanes already starting to take control of this race nice and early on with that lead from the first 25. And just attacking that first 50, Titus Wu in lane 4. He'll turn in first in a 33.17. Not far behind is Fraser Blair, 33.51, with Jamie Dong sitting in third.
Turning in first, lane 6 with a 1:10.02. Starting to use those legs that little bit more.
Yeah, certainly through that 25, we just saw a few of the boys start to switch it on a little bit more, increasing the rating, bringing in the legs. Fraser Blair looking really nice as we come down with 50 metres left to swim. But the real great mover in that 50 was Aiden Tang over in lane 2. He's moved his way into that first place spot, and it is a race between Aiden and Fraser, and that's what it's going to be when we turn for this final 25.
And it is lane 2 that turns first with a 2:03.88. Oh, but I don't think he's going to be able to hold his lead. I think lane 6 is going to touch in first with a 2:21.22, and in second, lane 2 with a 2:22.53.
In the water now, we have heat number 4 of 6 of our 200-metre backstroke.
And off to a really great start is lane number 8, Kaylin Theodore, who's turned in a 14.93. He's also done his underwaters to about 8 metres, which is going to set him up really well for this first 50.
We saw Kaylin earlier in the 400 IM put together an absolutely amazing 400 IM. So the 400 IM 200 backstroke double is definitely difficult, but he's doing really well leading through there in the first 50.
It's really interesting with an event like this. We have so many events back to back with really short recovery time. It's interesting to see how the athletes actually spend their time on pool deck when they're recovering, whether they're in the water doing some laps to get rid of all the acid that's built up during the races, they're eating, their nutrition. It's really critical for an event like this, especially in a place like MSAC, which is also quite humid, so staying on top of hydration is essential to getting through meets like these.
100%. It's a meet that you can actually experiment with things as well, because we've got our major events coming up, you know, open short course, we've got age coming up as well. So these athletes can experiment and recover and see what works for them for their major meet for the short course season. As we head down lane number 3, Darius Schultz has started to come through the ranks here as he'll turn first with 50 metres left to swim.
And it's going to be a tight race between lane 3 and lane 8 as we come into the final turn.
It was a really well swum 200 backstroke from Darius here. He raced his own race, held back at the start, relaxed into it, and has really built through with 10 metres left to swim now. He will come down to the wall and finish first in our fourth heat in a time of 2:13.73, followed by Michael Fan and Kaylin Theodore in lane 8.
And we are off with heat 5 of the boys 200 metre backstroke. This is the second last heat, and off to a flying start. We have in lane 5 Aiden Ramos, and he's got some awesome underwaters there, getting to about 10 metres and establishing a really good lead. But he's been challenged early in this first 50 by lane 2 Tyler Theodore.
Yeah, Tyler off that turn there definitely took the lead. Really, really solid turn and underwater. These boys are very, very close coming down the pool. But it is lane 2 again, touching him first.
Now, as these boys come into the 100-metre turn, it's going to be really interesting to see how this race unfolds. The 200 back is really an interesting race because if you go out too hard at the start, you will really pay for it in the back end. So it's great to see how even these boys are in terms of their stroke rate and making sure that they don't go out too hard, but also that they have enough to back it up. And that last 50, as we're coming into this last turn for the last 50, we've got a tight race for third as well between lanes 1 and lane 3. We'll see who can come on top of that one.
Lane 2 here establishing his lead that little bit more.
And you can also see him upping his stroke rate as we come into the last 10 metres. Right now, he would be burning right now, but just getting those arms ticking over with a large lunge to finish the race in a 2:10.23.
Here we go. It's our 6th and a final heat of the men's 200 metres backstroke. Lane 8 there, staying under the longest on that start, Angus Yule. Turning in first after the 25 metre will be Sam Hartley over in lane 1, followed on by Luca Brown in lane 4, and then it is Owen Williams-Polly in 7, sitting in third.
As we come into the first 50, it will be lane 4, Luca Brown, 29.06, followed by Sam Hartley over in lane 1. Sam definitely staying under the water the longest off his walls, but Luca Brown is just that bit faster on top of the water.
Yeah, underwaters is certainly something Luca has been trying to work on, but he was talking to me at Tri-Series recently about how it's still faster for him at the moment while he's working on it to just get up and get racing. So you will see him probably not staying under quite as long as some of the other athletes here.
Yeah, we talk about staying under the water the longest, but it really depends on whether or not it's a strength of yours or potentially something you're working on. And then there's an aspect of, is it faster for me? Is it not faster for me? You know, the turn is not just the turn in the underwater. We talk about the breakout from underwater through to the surface. That's also a vital sort of area that you can work on to gain speed. You know, some athletes tend to just stop a little bit more, and you can see that the athletes that really carry their speed from underwater tend to benefit from it more.
100%. You want that smooth transition from the underwater into the stroke. Luca still looking really good here with 50 metres left to swim. He's out in the lead, followed by Owen Williams-Polly and Benjamin Nolter. And those two sitting very close together. Nice little race between them. Luca really upped his stroke rate here down this final 25.
Yeah, Luca had a pretty high stroke rate throughout the whole 200, and it has lifted even more as he touches the wall. 204.85, followed by Owen in lane 7, 207.04, and Benjamin Nolter 207.56, rounding out our 200-metre backstroke for our men.
And I think that may have just been a Metro short course record there for Luca, so keep an eye on that one. We do have our medalists for the girls 13-14 years 50 metre freestyle. The bronze medal to Pippa Brown from Melbourne Swimming Club in a time of 27.71. Silver went to Zara Gamboa of Propulsion, 27.64. And the gold medal to Phoebe Scarf of Furbank in a time of 27.37. In our girls 15-16 years, in third place, Zara Jeffrey. In second place, Rihanna Chen of DVE. And our winner from Melbourne Swimming Club, Zara Olawani. In the women's 17 and over 50 metre freestyle, third place went to Gabrielle King of Camberwell Grammar. Second to Alexandra Skinner of Caulfield. And our winner from Surrey Park, Nasia Ikosadikis. In event 32, the men's 13-14 years 50 freestyle, in third place from Caulfield, Freddie Tomlinson. Silver to Christopher Lee from Surrey Park Swimming Club, and gold to Ishak Ismail of Surrey Park Swimming Club. In our boys 15-16 years, third place went to Adonis Giotopoulos of Caulfield Aquatics. Silver to Eli Billman of Ivanhoe Swim, and our winner from Melbourne Swimming Club, Bart Aporowicz. Now men's 17 and over 50 metre freestyle, third place to Toby McComish of MLC Aquatic. Our silver medal went to Felix Dressel-De Bruyne of Melbourne Swimming Club, and the gold medal to Lachlan Jackett-Simpson of Western Melbourne Propulsion. We have an infraction report for event number 34, heat 2, lane 0. The swimmer's head did not break the surface of the water at or before the 15-metre mark after the start. That is event number 34, Heat 2, Lane 0. We have an infraction report for event number 34, Heat 2, Lane 0. The swimmer's head did not break the surface of the water at or before the 15-metre mark after the start. That is event number 34, Heat 2, Lane 0.
Can I bin these?
In the water now, we have event 36, our men's 50-metre breaststroke multi-class. In this event, it's not necessarily the person that finishes first on the wall. It is based off our point score. The closest they are to their world record in their classification will be the highest point score. As down to the water, we have Miles, who is having a great swim in lane 4, chasing his entry time of 33.68. Also having a great swim there was James Logan, followed by Ming Zi Pang.
Underway now, it's event 37, the 100-metre butterfly for our women's 13 and over. We have 10 heats in the water. Heat 1, just the 3 athletes making their way down this first 25, and it will be Sonuli who turns in first, going out very nicely there in a 15.65. Lucy Chang in lane 4, making up a little bit of ground down this a third lap, and they're going to be quite close as they come off that final turn here. The girls in 4 and 5 almost going stroke for stroke. Sonuli was out very well early, but Lucy proving to be a little bit stronger down this final lap.
in the water now, heat number 2 of 10 of our women's 13 and over 100 metre butterfly in lane 5. Isla Call It having the best of starts for that first 25 metres and really capitalising on her underwaters to come out ahead of the rest of the field.
As they come into turn at the 50-metre mark, it will still be Isla out in the lead, 34.59. Putting in a great second 25 was Imogen Terrace, 35.23. And Lucy Whale out in lane 9. She's also having a fantastic swim here in this 100 fly as the girls come down their third 25.
.25 metres left to swim. Isla has gone out really hard and fast. We'll see if she can hold on. She's having really great turns and capitalising on those underwaters. Moving through, though, is lane 2 and lane 3, Imogen, and come down to the wall. It will be lane number 5. Isla Call It, 1:17.53, followed by Isabella Zhao, 1:18.95, and touching third there out in lane number 9 was Lucy.
Alrighty, heat 3 of 10 underway. Really nice start from lane 7 there, excellent underwater.
Lane 5, Avika having a really great turn. She's come up ahead of the rest of the field. Challenging next to her is Hannah Wilkinson in lane 6 and lane 4, Naomi. Will be Hannah who touches the wall first, 33.95. Hannah starting to really push in this third 25. She'll come down to the wall first with 25 metres left to swim.
Touching in a 53.88. She's maintained that strong kick from the first 25 right the way through to the last 25.
And having a ripper last 25 metres over in lane number 3, Anya Andley. It looks like she will come down and finish first for this heat, 1:14.57, followed by Hannah, 1:15.18, and touching third out in lane 0, Isla Smith.
Away we go now with heat 4. Alison Dew in lane 4, opting to stay under that little bit longer, but getting away nicely was Sophie Taranyik and Alice Mike, the two athletes in lanes 0 and 9.
Lane 9 having an excellent first 50. That looks like such a strong stroke.
Yeah, these girls have found that nice rhythm early on, getting plenty of oxygen in. We know that's going to be an important factor as we come down that final 25, making sure you've still got plenty of blood pumping to your muscles and oxygen going to them. Butterfly, one of our more challenging strokes, and Sophie out in lane 9, hanging on to that lead ahead of Zoe Brightwell.
And it will be lane 9 touching in first with a 1:12.96, followed by lane 6 with a 1:14.18.
Heat 5 in the water, away and swimming in the middle of the pool in lane number 5, leading the way in this first 25 metres. She will touch the wall first, 14.48.
We've seen some quick time set in these earlier heats. Lots of girls dropping big numbers off their entries. As we come down to that 50-metre turn, and Ariel Cole still sitting out in the lead. She's gone out in the 32.03. Not far behind was Jessica Campbell, and then Ava Coombs over in lane 0, still up in the mix.
A really great butterfly stroke there from Ariel. She's got really nice high hips. She's staying really high in the water, and I think that's what's allowing her to be so dominant in this 100 metres here. She's a whole body length ahead of the rest of the field, and she's still looking really strong.
Jessica Campbell just starting to try and close that gap, and it's a really great last 25 out in lane 9 by Anne Carpenter. She's shifted her way up in the mix for the medals, but it will be Ariel Cole touching just ahead of her, 1:11.82, and Anne in 1:11.89 taking second from heat 5.
Often racing now, heat number 6. A really dominant start there from lane number 7, Hayley Warren. She'll go through the first 25, leading ever so slightly from Renee Lister in lane 0. Coming through now in this second 25, Scarlett Siddles in lane 3. And it's close between 3 of those girls in lane 7, 0 and 3. All coming up similar times from their turn. All 3 girls still leading the way, stroke for stroke. Lane 0, Renee Lester, ever so slightly ahead. We'll see what these 3 girls can do in this last 25. Renee opting to stay under a little bit longer and then getting up, stroking really fast. And coming out of nowhere in lane number 4 is Pippa Brown. She may take the win, and she does. 1:10.21, followed by Scarlett 1:10.73 and Renee Lister 1:11.13.
And we are off with heat 7 of the girls 100 butterfly. And off to a great start. We have in lane 4, that is Isabella French.
Lane 9 does touch in first with a 14.61.
Can I just note, those were some awesome underwaters from lane 6. That's Lucia Calderon. She went to about 11 metres, meaning she's probably going to swim a lot less in terms of stroke and save a lot of energy, which is going to be critical in this second 50 of the 100 fly, where your legs are really starting to burn.
Lanes 4, 6 and 9, pretty tight here coming in for our last lap.
We always like to see an outside smoker, so it's great to see an awesome effort from lane 9 as we come into the last part of this 100 fly. But as the girls put their head down, it's going to come down to a pretty close touch, and it is going to be Arabella Scott in lane 9 with a 1:09.69. And this is event heat 8 of the 100 fly. Some great underwaters from lane 9 as we start this event. And touching first off this first 25 is Alicia Overell in a 13.82.
Some really great underwaters there from Alicia. She was really dominant in her speed underwater, came up really fast, and she's about a body length ahead of the field. She'll touch first, 31.02, followed by Angelina in lane 3.
And just looking especially at Alicia's technique, I really love to see, especially in the butterfly, how when the hands go down, the rest of the body just flows through. So she's sitting really high in the water and having a lot less resistance. And that is going to be incredibly important coming into the end, where as the fatigue sits in, you want to still stay as high on the water as possible and make sure you're holding that catch at the top of that stroke.
We come under the flags. It's neck and neck between lane 3 and 4. Who can get the full stroke? It will be Ayla in a time of 109.60, followed by Malika in lane 9, 109.69, and touching third, Angelina.
Alrighty, heat 9 of 10, so we're on the home stretch of these 100-metre butterfly swimmers. Lane 4 there, touching with a 13.87.
All these girls sitting up nice and high, stroking fast, coming down to the 50-metre wall. And it will be Jordan in lane 5, 30.03, followed only 0.2 behind her. This is going to be a close race, I think. It'll be whoever can build through this third 25. And the girls are really going stroke for stroke here. So who can have the better back end of this 100-metre butterfly?
Lane 5 coming up in first with a really good underwater.
And it is stroke for stroke here. All three girls, lane 3, lane 4, lane 5. Who can get a full stroke onto the wall? It'll be Jordan Barnwell, 104.84, followed by Jamana Farmi, 105.14, and then Jesselyn in lane 4, 105.65.
Away and racing now. It's the 10th and final heat of the women's 100-metre butterfly. And there is absolutely nothing in this first 25. Onto the wall first, it will be Rihanna Chen just timing that finish nicely there, 13.24. But Mia Yao in lane 4 did have the better of the underwaters, and those two have started to pull away down this second 25.
Mia in lane 4 with an entry time of sub 1 minute. That is our first sub 1 minute we've seen as an entry time tonight.
Rihanna sitting on that minute coming into this race, and she'll be looking to see a 59 on the board. They've turned under that 45-second mark, so they are in good stead to achieve that here this afternoon. Rihanna, great underwater there with 10 metres left to swim, and she has pulled her way into the lead, coming down now under the flags, timing onto the wall. It will be Rihanna Chen, 100.29, ahead of Mia Yao in a 100.90, and Mudgee finishes in third there, 103.61. Announcing our medalists for event 33, the girls 13-14 200-metre backstroke. In third place, Sierra Kaufman of Surrey Park. Second place, Phoebe Scarf of Furbank Aquastars. And in first place, Henrietta Wong of MLC Aquatic. In our women's 15-16-year-old 200-metre backstroke, in third place, Madison Brown from Nunawading. Winner of the silver medal from Laverton Wyndham, Madison Baker. And winner of the gold medal from Melbourne Swimming Club, Grace Dobie. In our women's 17 and over 200-metre backstroke, the winner of the bronze medal from Furbank Aquastars, Sarah Cooper. Silver medalist from Surrey Park, Judy Hussein Aman. And the winner of our gold medal from Nunawading Swimming Club, Alyssa Lever. In our men's 13-14 years 200-metre backstroke, winner of the bronze medal, so we started with 17 and overs. Our bronze medal was Liam Donnellan, our silver medalist from Western Melbourne Propulsion, Benjamin Nolter, and our gold medalist from Nunawading, Owen Williams-Polly. In our men's 15-16-year-olds, our bronze medal winner, Noah Chappell from Caulfield. Silver medalist from Yarra Plenty Waves, Sam Hartley. And winner of the gold medal from Melbourne Swimming Club, Luca Brown. And in the boys' 13-14 years 200 metres backstroke, third place from Surrey Park, Ishak Ismail. Our silver medalist from Camberwell Grammar, Liam Paulson. And our gold medalist from MLC Aquatic, Alfred Hahn.
Alrighty, we are kicking off event 38, our men 13 and over 100 metre butterfly.
Once again, we have 10 heats in this men's event. In the water, heat 1, and setting up the pace nicely in lane 5, Bill Wang. Looking very relaxed down this first 50, breathing every stroke, so plenty of oxygen there. Sitting in second place on the turn, Ryan Altus, and third place, Jaden Kapoor.
Still touching in first, lane 5 with a 49.27.
Still managed to get a few of those dolphin kicks in on his last underwater there for Bill Wang, and he looks like he is going to hold on to that lead onto the touch. Just 108.44 was Ryan Altus finishing in second, 108.56 with Matthew Dan in third, 109.08. Some quick reactions out of heat 2. Wayne Lee in lane 5 under half a second off the blocks there, but it will be the centre lane taking it out very well, as well as Campbell Mills over in lane 1. He'll get his hands on the wall first in a 13.14. The very nice underwater off that first turn, leading the way just in front of Andrew Wang from Melbourne Swimming Club at this 50-metre turn.
Yeah, you can see how that underwater has helped set up the first half of his race, and let's see if we can see him hold on to this lead. But it also looks now that we have some action coming in from our middle lanes, especially lane 4. We have Andrew Wang who is closing in on our swimmer in lane 1.
Campbell there still maintaining that really solid underwater that he had from the beginning, and he's going to be trying to fight off Andrew down this last lap. Looks like he's done enough to hang in for the win here, so he'll take out heat 2, 104.40. And it will be Rain Lee, really strong final 25, taking second, 105.30, followed by Andrew onto the wall, 105.48. Away and racing now with heat 3, and it was Gabriel Guarano in lane 7. Really utilised that full 15 metres underwater, setting up his pace nice and quick early on. 13.05 on the turn, ahead of Peter Trin and Patrick Whitwood over in lanes 2 and 1.
Lane 7 touching in first with a 29.07, so just under that 30.
And he's still looking really strong down this third 25 as we come into that final turn here in the 100 fly. Making a bit of ground up during that lap was Angus Ferguson in lane 6 next to Gabriel, and they're going to be the two to watch down this final leg.
It will be lane 7 touching in first with a 102.43, and in second in lane 6 with a 104.19. Alrighty, we have heat 4 of 10 of the 100-metre butterfly.
We had some quick reaction times off the blocks, specifically in lane 1 and lane 2 with 0.56 and 0.54, but heading into the touch first, we had Liam Joy, who's touched in 12.9, and he's got a great lead to the start of this race.
Lane 8, though, may catch him touching in a 29.40.
Now, the race for second is actually going to be a very tight one for this one, with lanes 0, 3 and 8 all going neck and neck. So at this point in the 100 fly, you're going to be noticing that we are going to have a lot of fatigue going on, so trying to get to the wall as fast as you can will end it pretty quick.
And it will be lane 5 with a 102.00. And in second, lane 8 with a 103.18. And heat 5 of 10, working our way through this 100-metre butterfly. Excellent start over in lane 9. But touching in first will be lane 8 with a 12.90.
Now, giving lane 8 a run for his money, we have an outside lane. We've got lane 0 and lane 4. Lewis Sherritt and Xavier Walker both having some excellent swims today. And it is, in fact, lane 0 who's touched at the 50-metre mark first in a 28.89.
These outside lanes are really pulling through for us today.
They sure are, and we are seeing this continue with lane 0, with Lewis coming in at a 45.36 as he comes into this last straight. Let's see if he can hold on to this lead that he's got. And it looks like he will, touching in a 101.36, followed by Christopher Botugian, who's touched in a 103.08. This is the start of heat 6 of the boys 100-metre butterfly. Off to a great start to this race with lane 4 and lane 6 both having great starts, coming in around 12 mids.
Lane 6 holding that underwater for the second 25.
And it's still these two boys in the middle going neck and neck as they touch very close to each other in 27.36, 27.67. But having an excellent underwater is our lane 6, Ishaq Ismail, who we've seen race a lot today. So he'd be having to back up quite a few events heading into this race. So it's awesome seeing him having such a strong performance after quite a long day of racing in the pool.
But it will be lane 6 touching in first with a 58.02. That's sub a minute. What an awesome time. And in lane 4, in second place with a 1 minute 16.
We're racing now with heat 7 in the water, and it was lane 7, Hamish Davin, who got away nicely off the blocks. He's going to turn in second, just behind Gianluca Paradiso, so only 4 100ths between the two boys in lanes 7 and 8 down the first 25. Starting to make a little bit of a shift in gears is Ahmed Al-Gamal in lane 6. He's going to take over that lead at the 50-metre turn.
Some really powerful kicks from our leader here in lane 6. Touching in a 42.77.
Ahmed really worked that underwater as well to pull away down this final 25 and really secure that lead as he comes into touch. The time there, 58.32 ahead of Hamish Davin, 59.68, and picking up that third place spot there, Scott Robinson, 100.33.
Heat 8 of 10 underway with a flying start from all of these boys. Lane 4 touching first with a 12.18.
Having a great underwater, we have Alfie Graves in lane 6 from Nunawading. He's probably going to lead us into the halfway with, lane 4, Lachlan Rundle has just taken away the halfway from him in the 27.39. Now it's a really tight between lanes 6, 4, 3 and 2. Wow, this is going to be a great race to the finish. So it's going to be a question of who's put in the training to hold on for these last few strokes.
Lane 8 was our leader leading into that last 25, but it will be lane 5 that touches in first place with a 59.69. Heat 9 of 10 for the boys 100-metre butterfly. Touching in first is lane 4 with 11.72. What a fantastic time for his first 25.
Really good underwater there from Ewan Smith in lane 4. Just absolutely charging down that second 25. Turns into 25.52. Not far behind on that outside lane 8. Felix Dressel de Bruin 26.29. And Anthony Bassina sitting in that third place spot. Some really textbook underwaters there from Ewan Smith. Beautiful on that streamline. Really utilising most of that 15 metres into this final lap. 54.49. He's going to take away heat 9. Felix Dressel de Bruin finishes in second there. 55.96. And Darius Schultz touches in third. 58.20.
We're off and swimming with heat number 10, our final heat of this evening's men 13 and over 100-metre butterfly, and it is extremely close at the 25-metre turn. Having the best of underwater was Eli Billman in lane 6. But coming down to the wall now, it'll still be Eli 25.78.
Yeah, we've really come to expect those solid underwaters from Eli. Great butterfly swimmer. Also having a good turn there was Daniel Saviris in lane 4, really showcasing how he is the fastest qualifier coming into this event.
Yeah, these are our older, more experienced men in this race, and you can really see that as we come down to the wall. It is Eli who's really put on the afterburners in that 55.07, followed by Dimitri 55.54 and Riley Mitchell 55.59, which means Ewan in the previous heat was our fastest swimmer of
54. Announcing our medalists for event 35, the girls 14 and under 50-metre breaststroke for multiclass. The bronze medalist from Melbourne Swimming Club, Emily Cook. Silver medalist from Western Melbourne Propulsion, Scarlett Morgan. And our gold medal winner from Western Melbourne Propulsion, Jessica McDermott. In our women's 15 and over 50-metre breaststroke for multiclass, our silver medalist from Caulfield was Amber Stelling. And our gold medalist from Ivanhoe Swim, Madeline Fox. In event 36, the boys 14 and under 50-metre breaststroke for multiclass, our bronze medalist was Henry O'Brien from Melbourne Swimming Club. Our silver medalist from Caulfield Aquatics, Phoenix Zhang, and our gold medalist from Camberwell Grammar Aquatic, Mingzi Pang. In our men's 15 and over 50-metre breaststroke for multiclass, our bronze medalist from Melbourne Swimming Club was James Logan. Our silver medalist from Oasis Otis was Kelvin Tran, and our gold medal winner from Western Melbourne Propulsion, Hamish Keenan.
We head now into event 39, our women's 13 and over 200-metre freestyle. We have heat number 1 in the water. 3 swimmers here. Mackenzie Riley in lane 3, Chiara Ruggiero in lane 4, and Lydia Sue in lane 5.
I always really enjoy these events and races where we only have 2 or 3 athletes in the pool. It just sets that challenge and that bar a little bit higher. You really want to be the one to get your hand on the wall first. It almost feels like a swim-off now. If I was to be doing a swim-off, though, I probably wouldn't want it to be in a 200-metre freestyle.
Now, that's definitely an event you don't want to be swimming off in. One is enough.
As the girls come into that 75-metre turn, Mackenzie will lead us through, but all 3 girls sitting around that 49-second mark. So we've got a nice, close race on our hands as we hit the halfway point.
It is Riley in lane 3 turning in a 107.61. Kiara sat back a little bit in that first 100, looking a little bit more relaxed than the other 2 athletes on either side of her, but she tends to build through her swim and lose a little bit on the turns. So we'll see if she builds through the race as well.
Interesting to note down this lap, the girls out in lanes 3 and 5 breathing towards each other. So when we come into that final 25, they'll be looking and know exactly where the other person will be.
It's definitely an advantage to be able to breathe either side of you. It's something that we should all practice, because at the end of the day you can see a lot better when you're looking to the right side.
And it is, though, quite a tricky skill to master, to have the same speed breathing both directions. We tend to favour one side, so if you have that ability to breathe to the other side and not lose any time, that is going to be really advantageous. As we look to see Lydia Sue absolutely storming down this final lap, she just took off on that last turn. The time there, 2:20.71 ahead of Mackenzie Riley, 2:22.69, and Kiara in third, 2:23.18.
Heading down now to heat number 2 of 8. And over this side of the pool, we've got a bunch of girls heading out fast. And over the other side of the pool, Scarlett Siddles also swimming strongly in that first 25 metres.
Yeah, these early heats are super close in those entry times. All these girls sitting around that 2:22 mark. So they'll be looking to see if they can get anyone going sub 2:20. That's a really great achievement for these girls to look up and see that 2:19 on the board.
Edging ahead ever so slightly in lane 6, Micah having great turns as well. All the girls in this heat looking quite comfortable with their strokes, opting for a bit of a longer, slower stroke rate.
Definitely a little bit more controlled in these earlier heats, and as we go through we'll probably notice the girls in those later heats, heat 7 and heat 8, attacking that first 50 a lot more.
And we spoke a little bit about this morning the third 50 being so important in a 200-metre freestyle or any 200-metre event, and you can see this now with Julia making her way through. She's actually gained the lead in this third 50, pushed it a little bit harder, and she'll turn first with 50 metres to go.
Yeah, she's done a really great job of maintaining that length in her freestyle. She did really lift in that third 50, but it wasn't crazy high stroke rates. It was a better connection with the water and just bringing in the legs.
A nice turn, not breathing on her first stroke, and she's looking really comfortable to lead her way through to winning this heat as she comes under the flags. head down into the wall, and she'll touch first 2:13.67, followed by Micah in lane 6, 2:16.03, and then touching the wall third there, Ali Hutchinson.
Yeah, absolutely smashing her entry time there, Julia. She was entered with a 2:22, so almost 10-second drop.
Alrighty, kicking off heat 3 of 8 for the girls 200-metre freestyle. Turning in first was lane 2 with a 13.97. Great start to a 200 free.
As we come down to that first 50-metre turn, it will be Zara Gamboa who leads us around 30.52 ahead of Alice Sharp. And these girls already, heat 3, we're just starting to see that little bit more intensity in the first 50, slightly higher on the stroke rates, and a lot more white water at their feet.
Lane 4 and 5 neck and neck with a 47.52 and a 47.66.
It's interesting, Sian spoke earlier today about those little cat and mouse games where one person leads for a bit and then the other takes over, and that's basically what these two girls are kind of fighting it out in those lanes 4 and 5. Zara pushes her way forward, and then Ella has a bit better of skills on the wall, seems to make up a little bit of ground, sometimes comes out in front, and they're having a great little challenge between the two of them out in the lead here.
Lane 5 has really started to incorporate that kick though, so definitely helped her take the lead.
100%. You can actually visibly see the difference in kick as the girls are so close together, and that's really what's powered Zara up. She's moved about half a body length ahead, and she's not slowing down anytime soon. You've seen that lift in stroke rate as well now as we come down with 25 metres left to swim for our leaders. Under the flags now, and taking out heat 3 in a 2:14.84 was Zara, finishing in second Alice Sharp 2:15.59, and Elizabeth Mack there 2:16.89 to take third.
Alrighty, heat 4 of 8 underway in the pool. An excellent start from lane 8 and lane 2 and lane 0. Lane 2 touching in first with a 13.86.
It's a very fast 50 from Phoebe in lane 2 and Amy in lane 8. It'll be Amy that turns first, 30.09, opting to come up quite quickly, only 1 or 2 fly kicks up and stroking. That obviously works for her.
Amy in lane 8 got a really long stroke for this 200-metre freestyle.
Yeah, she looks nice and relaxed as she heads down to the 100 metres. She'll turn first at the halfway point. 1:03.40, followed by Phoebe in lane 2, 1:04.60. Amy breathing to the side that Phoebe is on. She can probably see her over there, making sure that she sticks ahead of her at this point in time.
Lane 2 and lane 0 here fighting for second place. Lane 0 having some really solid underwaters. catching lane 2, but just falling behind once we reach the surface and start swimming.
Amy still very dominant there out in lane number 8. She's kept a nice high stroke rate throughout this whole 200, just lifting ever so slightly with 25 metres to swim. She's putting more distance on Phoebe over in lane 2. As we come down under the flags, it will be Amy in lane 8 with a great time of 2:10.67, followed by Phoebe 2:13.08. And touching third over in lane 0, Georgie Skinner 2:16.25.
Heat 5 in the water now, and we almost have 2 races going on within this heat. The girls over on the far side of the pool between lanes 0 and 3, and then out on this side a little head-to-head between lanes 8 and 9. Away nicely was Pippa Brown as well as Leah Betson. And they are going to lead us through at that 50-metre turn, with Leah turning in a 31.14.
Yeah, we've got 2 very even battles on our hands here. Lane 8 and 9 and 1 and 2. Lane 8 and 9 just pushing each other ever so slightly. They've, in that third at 25, have gained distance on the battle over the other side of the pool.
Yeah, Lucy Reed starting to make a little bit of a move early here as we come up to the halfway point of the 200. She's really started motoring through on that particular 50, moving away into the front there, 105.18 on the turn, ahead of Leah Betson.
She's looking nice and strong. Her stroke rate has stayed the same throughout this 200 so far. A really strong kick as well. And she's opting for, again, 1 or 2 kicks off the wall, up fast and stroking. So she's looking really strong throughout this first 150 metres. As we come down to the wall now, it is Lucy, 140.15.
Yeah, solid 50 metre there from lane 3, Lola Jojic. She's moved her way into second. But it is Lucy who has put in the hard work. She maintains that lead with just 25 metres left to swim. Nice work on the underwater there as we come down now at 10 metres left.
Yeah, this has been a beautiful 200-metre freestyle from Lucy Reed. She was entered as a 2:18 and has just smashed that 2:14.10, followed by Lola 2:15.39 and Pippa Brown in lane 1 2:15.72.
Alrighty, heat 6 of 8 underway. Lane 5 making a really good start. Touching in a 13.59.
Yeah, really long, strong strokes there from Melissa Sharp as she turns at the 50-metre mark in a 28.82. Really strong underwaters as well. She's come up a body length ahead of the competitors next to her.
I'm really loving lane 6's kick and her short breath. She's quick to get her head back down. As we know, breathing takes time, and in a race we don't have a lot of time.
the halfway point, it's still Melissa Sharp, 101.44. Again, still looking very comfortable, lifting ever so slightly in this third 50. You can see her kick starting to lift and a little bit more white water. But next to her, Ava Thickens, she's starting to lift as well. She's just lifted her stroke rate and her kick rate, and she's trying to catch Melissa, but she's got a bit of a lead on her so far.
Lane 3 trying to sneak in on this third place position.
Yeah, there's a great battle on our hands for this third position. We've got Melissa out front, Ava next to her trying to catch her. But behind those two girls, it is between lanes 3, 6, 8 and 9, all trying to get that third place of this 6 heat. And Ava having a great last 25. Is she going to get there? She will. 2:10.50, followed by Melissa Sharp, 2:10.70. And in third place, Hope Christian, 2:14.10.
Heat 7 of 8 underway with Henrietta Wong in lane 8. Getting off the blocks really solidly down that first 25, as was Peyton Wiley. Good turn from her too. She popped up from that underwater well out in front.
Peyton in lane 1, making that lead even stronger with her fast turns.
Does a really good job on the wall, in particular that solid push off, getting that free speed there. We're just starting to see a little bit of a shift from those centre lanes with Alyssa Lever and Lucy Dolan starting to push their way up alongside Peyton as we come up to that halfway mark here. Alyssa Lever really doing the work here to close the gap set by Peyton early on. We might see a change in lead shortly. Good turn from Lucy Dolan though. She's come up alongside Alyssa, so it's almost a race of 3 now as we come into that 150 metre turn.
It is still lane 1 touching in first. But will she hang on to this lead for the last 25?
Yeah, there was only 1/100th of a second separating Peyton and Lucy Dolan on that 150 metre turn, and we have just seen a change in the lead. The two girls in 4 and 5, though, stroke for stroke now as we come down under the flags. Looks like Lucy Dolan might just have it, and she will get there. 2:09.24 for Lucy. Alyssa in second, 2:09.47. And then Abby Mesher flew home there, 2:10.51.
All right, heat 8 of 8 underway now. Lane 2 and lane 4 battling it out to hit the wall first. But it will be lane 4 with a 13.26.
Greta Seville from Caulfield there, nice and strong, 28.09. She's taken this out quite aggressively, already a body length ahead of the field. She's got a high stroke rate and a strong kick. We'll see if she can hold this for the full 200. At this point in time, it is Greta Seville out in front as we turn at the halfway point. She'll turn into 59.40, followed by Mia Yao, 00.96. This is a great first 100 from Greta. Let's see what she can do in this final 75 metres.
Lane 5 and lane 2 turning nearly neck and neck.
Greta still maintaining that lead, but challenging her next to her, Brianna Burgess. She's starting to come up onto her hip after such a dominant start from Greta. We'll see if she can hold on for this last 50 metres as she gets challenged by lanes 5, 3 and 2. Coming up off that last turn, Brianna is starting to gain some ground, as well as Judy in lane 3. Is it going to be Greta? Is it going to Brianna? Comes down to the touch. It'll be Brianna, 205.13, followed by Greta, 205.24. And in third place, Judy, 206.27.
Alrighty, we are kicking off event 40, the men's 13 and over 200 metre freestyle. We just have the two boys in the water for this one, lane 3 and lane 4. Both starting with some really good underwaters.
So both the boys here, entry times 2:17 and 2:18, very close. We should have a nice little race. It is Marcus Carney who has led us around, sub that 30-second barrier, 29.67. He's going to be doing everything he can to hold off Zachary Walsh in at lane 4.
Marcus really using his kick in this race. Let's see if he can maintain that for the full 200.
We're just starting to see Zachary close that gap ever so slightly. We do know this third 50 tends to be almost that make or break part of the race. On this lap in particular, though, Marcus breathing towards him. He's just tried to pull away once again. Solid underwater there from Zachary, who is now pulled up alongside Marcus. We know these two will be looking at one another down that final 25.
We have swapped our leader here.
And we'll come down under the flags now. Zachary timing that race to perfection. 2:12.50 onto the wall. Little celebration there. Marcus 2:14.32. Both those boys dropping some nice personal bests from heat 1. Almost a blanket across the field here down the first 25 from heat 2 in the men's 200 metre freestyle. Leading us around will be Broderick Coyne, but as I said, there's not a lot in this race early on.
Leading our first 50 is lane 1. But lane 2 and lane 5 are definitely challenging him for that winning spot.
Into that 100 metre turn, it is still Broderick out in the lead, not far behind Alfred Hahn. And then moving through nicely during that 25 was Terence Chi. And he's breathing towards those boys in lanes 1 and 2, trying to close that gap.
And it is lane 2 leading us with a 1:18.21.
Yeah, Alfred Hahn's just really turned the switch on here as he comes down into that final 50, taking that lead out to almost a second within those 2 laps, and doesn't look like he's slowing down anytime soon. Boys in the centre of the pool all regrouping now. It's going to be quite the race to the finish, but Alfred Hahn out in the lead.
Lane 4 has picked up that kick, hoping to take the second place. In first place, we have lane 2, finishing with a 2:06.10. Alrighty, heat 3 of 8 underway here. An excellent start from our outside lane in lane 9.
The middle of the field now making their way through in lane 4, Michael Fan, ever so slightly leading this first 50. He'll turn in a 28.68, but 0.2 behind him in lane 7, Tom Hussey. Taking us out nice and strongly is lane 4, Michael Fan. Looking pretty relaxed but strong and easy at this point in time, as he'll turn first at the 100 metre in a time of 1:00.13, followed by lane 7.
It really is a fight here between lane 4 and lane 7. Lane 4 touching in a 1:16.26 and lane 7 touching with a 1:17.
Every time Michael tries to push, Tom starts to follow him, so it is these two out in front. It's still Michael by about a second, followed by Tom, and in lane 9, Aston Wilson following them as well. As we come down now to our final 25 metres, Michael has led from start to finish. He's got a body length on Tom in lane 7 now. With 10 metres left to swim, he's looked really strong and really powerful. He'll hit the wall in a time of 2:05.06, followed by Aston 2:07.16 and Tom Hussey 2:07.50. We're off and racing now with heat number 4 of 8 of our men's 13 and over 200 metre freestyle in lane 6 and 9, taking this field out fast. Lane 6, Louis Charat, and lane 9, Alfie Conterno. It will be Alfie in lane 9, 28.56. He leads the field, having a great turn over in lane number 2, Hamish Evans. It looks to be those two leading at the moment. Starting to gain ever so slightly in lane 6 and 7. Also over in lane 1, we're seeing some lead changes here. But it's still lane 2, Hamish Evans with the lead. Some of the boys tried to challenge him, and he took that challenge on and created an even further lead. He's now body length ahead of the competitor next to him, Cade. He'll turn in a 1:32.07, followed by Cade 1:34.17. And he just continues to get a further and further ahead of the field, looking super comfortable, long and strong. With 10 metres left to swim now. This has been a great 200 from Hamish, but a battle for our second and third in this heat comes down to Louis 2:06.19, followed by Oliver 2:06.28.
Alrighty, heat 5 of 8 underway here. A great start from our outside lane, lane 9. Touching in a 12.51. Really using those underwaters. Let's see if he can keep this stroke rate and this kick up for the entire 200.
Yeah, Brian out in lane 9 almost has a little bit of an advantage. He's got some nice clear water with no one in the lane next to him. So, and the other thing about being in those outside lanes is those centre lanes probably aren't really looking towards lane 9 and lane 0. We've got Noah Chappell swimming out of lane 4. He's just taken over that lead. Got that nice lopey stroke there, breathing every second.
And lane 4 turns leading with our 56.73.
Noel really starting to pull away from the other boys here as we come down to that 150 metre turn. Brian Wong still doing a great job from out in lane 9. He maintains that position up with the other boys in silver. And we go through to our final 25. It will still be Noah Chappell out in front.
And it is lane 4 that's going to touch in first with a 1:58.00, closely followed by lane 5 with a 2-minute 51.
We're off and racing here with heat number 6 of 8. And the good starts there from lane 2 and 7. Coming down to the 50-metre wall. And it is Joshua Wilkinson in lane 7, 26.22. Followed by Liam Butner. These two seem to be the ones that are leading the race so far, challenging each other. Not sure whether they can see each other that far apart, but they are neck and neck as we head down to the 100-metre.
We saw Liam race earlier in the 50-metre freestyle. It will be interesting to see if he can continue this kick and this stroke rate for a 200.
Yeah, he's definitely taken the more aggressive approach up front, speed-wise. Definitely working for him at the moment. He's gained about another body length ahead of his competitor in lane 7. So we'll see how this last 50-metre goes. He turns in a 1:23.53. Liam, our leader in lane 4, doesn't seem to be tiring too much. He's still looking good. He's still looking powerful and strong. With 15 metres left to swim, I don't think Joshua in lane 7 will catch him. So we come down to the wall. Liam really came through in that second 50, 1:53.97, followed by Joshua 1:55.32. And third in that 50 was Kaiser 1:56.61.
Alrighty, heat 7 of 8 here, so on the home stretch of our 200s. Leading our first 25 is lane 7 with a 12.06.
Coming down to that 50-metre wall, it's Adonis in lane 5 leading 26.16. We'll see which one of these boys has the courage to push in this second 50, the middle 100 of the 200 being such a vital part of the race. And it's still Adonis leading in lane 5. He's definitely being challenged by Eli. Coming down to the wall, Adonis has gained his lead. He's ahead by a second now. 54.41 was his time at the 100-metre. He looks really strong and powerful. He's really made a move in this third 50. We'll see if he can hold on with 50 metres left to swim. Challenging him, though, is Liam Paulson in lane 2, and coming up beside him on lane 7 and lane 6. So I think this last 25 metres is definitely going to be a battle. Eli Billman challenging Adonis in lane 5. Adonis breathing away from Eli in lane 2. Liam Paulson also coming through. Lane 6, Dimitri. It's going to come down to the touch. And it is Eli 152.98, followed by Dimitri and then Adonis. In the water now, we have our final heat, Heat 8 of the timed finals here of our men 13 and over, 200 metre freestyle. Taking it out nice and fast, lane 4, Campbell Wilson Moran. Trying to stick with him, Sam Welsh. And it'll be Campbell at the 50 metre, 24.55. Not letting him go too far ahead, though, Sam Welsh in lane 5 and George Huang in lane 3. Lanes 4 and 5, stroke for stroke, really challenging each other in this 200 freestyle. They come down to the 100 halfway point, and there's less than 0.1 of a second separating these two boys in the middle. Campbell trying to work his third 50 here, gain a bit of distance on Sam before the final 50 happens. George Huang in lane 3, not letting them get too far away. But it is Campbell that comes out a body length ahead of Sam off that turn. And he made his move in the third 50, and that's paid off in this final 25 metres of the 200 freestyle. Really lifting his stroke rate into the wall. He will touch first in a time of 147.41, followed by Sam 149.48, and George Huang getting third there, 150.35. Medalists for event 37, girls 13 to 14, 100 metre butterfly. In third place, Abby Mesher, Caulfield Aquatics. In second place, Jemana Farmi. And in first place, Millie Charlton. Our women's 15 to 16, 100 metre fly. In third place, Jemima Hale from Ivanhoe Aquapower. In second place, Zara Jeffrey from Melbourne Swimming Club. And in first place, Rihanna Chen from DVE. Our medalists for our women's 17 and over 100 metre fly. In third place, Judy Usan Aman from Surrey Park, Courtney Mudge from Nunawading in second, and Mia Yao from Caulfield Aquatics in first place. Medalists for our boys 13 to 14, 100 metre butterfly. In third place, Louis Sherritt from Bayside. In second place, Hamish Davin from St Kevin's Swimming College. And in first place is Jacques Ismail from Surrey Park Swimming Club. Our men 15 to 16, 100 metre butterfly. In third place, Will Panozzo from Nunawading Swimming Club. In second place, Kynan Power from Lilydale Swimming Club. And in first place, Eli Billman from Ivanhoe Swim. Our medalists for 17 and over 100 metre butterfly. In third place, Riley Mitchell from Nunawading. In second place, Dmitry Sorokleftov from Western Aquatic Academy, and in first place, Ewan Smith from Furbank Aquastars.
Alrighty, we are kicking off event 41, the women's 13 and over 100 metre breaststroke. Now leading us on this first lap will be lane 5, touching with a 17.76. These breaststroke split strokes, so their breaststroke starts, are going to be vital to how well they race this race. Lane 5 still leading in that first 50. But she is being challenged by lane 8, and it will be lane 8 that touches in first now with a 1:02.51. And as we come under the flags, it is lane 5 and lane 8 going head to head, but it will be lane 5 who takes the win with a 1:25.61, closely followed by lane 0 in second with a 1:26.09.
Often racing heat number 2 of 10. And it's lane 9 from Surrey Park, Habiba Tahar, who had the best of starts across the field. Coming off the turn really strongly there in lane 5, Amelia Leo. She's starting to really gain some distance on her competitor next to her. But in lane 9, Habiba, she started very strongly and she's still sitting there only 0.5 behind Amelia. Amelia with the better of the turns coming up ahead of the rest of the field. But it's the two girls, lane 5 and lane 9, battling it out. Lane 3, Charlotte Koo starting to make her way through the field as well. But it's the three girls, 3, 5 and 9, currently sitting ahead of the field. As we come down with 10 metres left to swim, Amelia has showed a very dominant 100 metre breaststroke here. She will touch the wall in a time of 1:21.60, followed by Charlotte in lane 3, 1:23.14, and then Habiba Tahar, third place there, 1:23.35.
Alrighty, heat 3 of 10 here underway. Some excellent underwater skills in this heat. But touching in first is our lane 3 with a 17.25. But lane 8 is challenging her, so we'll see who touches in first at the 50 metre mark. And as we come under the flags, it is a battle between lane 8 and lane 3, but it is still lane 3 leading us to our last 25 with a 57.76. finishing in first is our lane 3 with a 1:18.79, closely followed by lane 8 with a 1:21.03. And we have heat 4 in the pool swimming. A great first 25 for these girls. Very, very close race at the beginning of this one. And first and second, first with a 37.24. And our second with a 37.35. Very, very close race. It could be anyone's win at the end of this 100 metres. But it is our lane 3 touching in first with a 58.57. And as we come underneath the flags, it is lane 3 who's going to take our win with a 1:24.2, and lane 1 in second place with a 1:21.42. And heat 5. Some fantastic underwater skills from our lane 3 here and our lane 6. Lane 6 touching in first place with a 16.73. Getting past that 5 metre mark on that second 25. And lane 6 touches in first, closely followed by lane 7 with a 37.50. It is a battle between these two girls. Lane 6 and lane 7. Lane 7 touching in first for this last 25 with a 58.14, closely followed by lane 6 with a 58. And our winner is lane 7 with a 1:19.36. So just under that 120 mark.
Hitting the water now, heat number 6 of 10. And it's been a good start in the middle of the pool, lanes 4 and 5. Really working their split strokes off the turn. Lane 0, Caitlin Roberts having a good first 50 as well. These girls are taking it out quickly. Lane number 5. She'll turn first, 36.01, followed by Angelina, 36.55. There's a good battle on our hands here between lanes 5, 4 and 0. Beer in lane 5, just ever so slightly ahead of Angelina and Caitlin with 15 metres left to swim. She's looking really strong and really powerful as she heads down under the flags. She will touch first in a time of 1:16.89, followed by Angelina 1:17.46 and Caitlin Roberts 1:19.25.
All right, heat 7 underway in the pool. A fantastic start from lane 7 and lane 5 gliding into the wall there. In our first place, 16.57. Now it is a battle between our lane 5 and lane 7, but will they hold it for the last 50? Lane 5 touching with a 35.68. She still leading us into this last 25, but will lane 7 catch her? Now coming under the flags here, it will be lane 5 that touches in first with a 1:14.46, closely followed by lane 7 with a 1:16.54, sorry.
Heat 8 off and racing. And the girls in lane 6 and 7 having really great starts. Carice in lane 7 touching first there. And it's the two girls in 6 and 7 battling it out at this point in the race. Therese, a really high stroke rate, sitting nice and high, not too much of a glide. She'll touch the wall first, 34.89. And it's still lane 7, Therese Chan from CA Tritons leading the way with her high stroke rate. Really working for her, but the battle is between lanes 3, 4 and 6 as we head down to 15 metres left to swim. The girls are trying to challenge Therese here. We'll see who can get a really strong whole stroke onto the wall. It will be Therese holding on there, 1:14.93, followed by Charlotte 1:15.22 and Catherine in lane 3 there, 1:15.25.
Alrighty, we are on the home stretch, so heat 9 of 10 of our 100-metre breaststroke. Leading us in lane 8 with a 16.08. But challenging her for that lead is lane 5. Lane 4 really utilising those underwaters in the short course pool. But it will still be lane 8 leading us for this last 25. And she's led from start to finish and will touch in first with a 1:13.50, closely followed by a 1:14.85, and in third a 1:15.13.
The girls are in the water for the 10th and final heat of our women's 13 and over 100 metre breaststroke. In the middle of the pool, we have Madeline Horvath leading through the first 25. She'll come up first in after her turn. Again, opting for that nice high stroke rate, sitting nice and highly in the water. She'll turn in a time of 33.28, followed by Grace Adobe in lane 5, 34.42. It really is Madeline Horvath out in front of the rest of the field. The girls in lanes 5 and 6, Grace and Zara, really battling it out. Zara getting a nice lead off that turn. Is she going to be able to catch Madeline Horvath in this last 25 metres? A great second 50 from her in lane 6. But it will be Madeline 1:11.35, followed by Zara in lane 6, 1:11.74, and then third to Grace Adobe, 1:13.12. We have an infraction report for event number 41, heat 1. The swimmer in lane 6 initiated a start before the signal. That was event number 41, heat 1, lane number 6 initiated a start before the signal. In the water now we have event number 42, our men 13 and over 100 metre breaststroke. We have heat number 1 of 9. As we come down to the first 50 metres, it's Henry Garland in lane 0, 36.62. Going out nice and strongly. He's about a body length ahead of the field at this point in the race, so we'll see if he can hold on. A really strong, powerful first 75 metres from him out in lane 0. And it's still Henry leading the way in the middle of the pool. 3, 4 and 5 battling it out together. Evanto in lane 4, ever so slightly ahead of the other boys, but it is lane 0. Henry Garland, 1:19.05, followed by Evanto, 1:20.48, and touching third in that heat, Sebastian Bullen.
And heat 2 of 9 of the 100-metre breaststroke. Really strong start from lane 3 here. But lane 6 touches first. Lane 3, sorry, touches first of the 15.72. Lane 6 leading our first 50 with a 34.25. And he'll continue to lead our race into this last 25. But the battle for second is strong, with lane 5, lane 4 and lane 3. Lane 5 touches in first, closely followed by lane 3 and then lane 4.
In the water now, heat number 3 of 9. Having the best of starts out in lane 8, Kaylin Theodore. We've seen him a couple of times this evening already, once in the 400 IM. And he's really leading the way of the field. He'll touch first in this 50 metre, 33.49, followed by Gabriel Merle, 35.18. But in that first 50 metres, Kaylin put a whole body length on the rest of the field. Trying to go with him, next to him in lane 7, Gabriel and Andrew in lane 6. But it's all Kaylin in lane number 8. He's led from start to finish. He will touch the wall first in a really great time of 1:11.39. But it's a battle for the second and third place of this heat. Luca Henderson, 1:15.90, followed by Angus Ferguson, 1:16.00.
Alrighty, heat 4 of 9 underway. Excellent start from our lane 8 swimmer. And he touches in first in a 14.99. But he is being challenged by the lane next to him, lane 7. It is a battle between lane 8, lane 7, lane 4 and lane 1 here. But it is lane 8 that's leading us still with a 58.4. And lane 8 will finish in first with a 109.54, closely followed by lane 1 with a 110.15, and in third place, lane 4 with a 110.65.
Heat number 5 away and swimming in the water. Having the best of starts across the field is lane 7. Leading through the 25 metres though was lane 0, William Gleeson. At this point in the race, it's really 0, 1, 5 and 7. As we come down to the 50 metre mark, and leading the way out in lane 0, William Gleeson. He's looking really strong in the back end of this race. He obviously led out really fast. We'll see if he can hold on in lane 7. Alaric Wong also having a great race. His third 25 coming through really strongly, and he's come out in this last 15 metres ahead of the field, and it looks like he will be the one to beat in this heat. And he comes down to the touch, 108.44, followed by William Gleeson, 109.76. And touching the wall third there, Matthew Golding, 110.31.
Now we have heat 6 of 9 in the pool now. Excellent underwater from our lane 4 swimmer. And he touches him first with a 13.61. Proving just how important these underwaters are in a short course pool. And in second is our lane 3 with a 31.31. And lane 4 is just making that lead bigger and bigger every lap with his underwaters. And as we come under the flags, it will be lane 4 touching with a 104.97, closely followed by lane 3 with a 105.95.
Heat 7 and 9 away and racing. Lane number 1 leading through the first 25 metres. Going with him though is Harold Zhu in lane 3. They'll turn together at the 50 metres 30.34 from Ben in lane 1 and 30.36 from Harold in lane 3. Harold having the better of turns off that 50-metre wall, and he's really pushing through this third 25. With 25 metres left to swim, it looks like it'll be Harold Zhu leading the way, trying to challenge him still. Ben Huang in lane 1 and coming through nicely in this fourth and final 50. But it'll be Harold Zhu 104.46, followed by Ben Huang 105.81, and touching third there, Harry Coomber 106.55.
Alrighty, our second last heat in the water now, heat 8 of 9. And leading in lane 9 is Byron Gang. But he is being closely challenged by lane 6 and lane 8. Byron maintains his lead on that third 25 with a 46.38. But he is closely followed by lane 6. It is a battle to the finish line. And it is lane 6 with a 103.88 in first, and Byron in second with a 104.06.
Our ninth and final heat are in the water now. We've got quite a stacked heat here. In lane 3, Thomas Sutherland taking it out quite nice and hard, 12.84, followed by him, Daniel Cave in lane 4. As we come down to the 50-metre turn, it is still Tom Sutherland, 28.19, followed by Daniel Cave at 28.41. There's not much in it between the two boys out the front. Got a few of these boys that train together at Caulfield Aquatic, pushing each other. .25 metres left to swim, and it's still Tom Sutherland out front ever so slightly. Daniel Cave next to him. It'll be who can get the better of the finishers. Comes down to the touch. And it's a dead heat there for first between Tom and Daniel, 100.47, followed by Lachlan Chen, 101.13. Medalist for event 39, girls 13 to 14, 200-metre freestyle. In third place, Abby Mesher from Caulfield Aquatics. In second place, Ava Thickens from Yarra Plenty Waves. And in first place, Lucy Dolan. Our 15 to 16, 200-metre freestyle. In third place, Olivia Toe from Nunawading. In second place, Emerson Hogan from Ivanhoe Swim. And in first place, Peyton Wiley from Bayside Swimming Club. Our 17 and over age group, in third place, Judy Hussein Haman from Surrey Park. In second, Greta Seville from Caulfield Aquatics. And in first place, Brianna Burgess from Surrey Park. Medalists for event 40 boys 200 metre freestyle 13 to 14. In third place, Hamish Davin from St Kevin's. In second place, Isaac Ismail from Surrey Park. And in first place, Liam Paulson from Camberwell Grammar. 15 to 16 200 freestyle. In third place, Oliver McCormack from Melbourne Vic Centre. In second place, Adonis Giotopoulos from Caulfield Aquatics. And in first place, Eli Billman from Ivanhoe Swim. Our 17 and over 200 metre freestyle. In third place, George Wang from Caulfield Aquatics. In second place, Sam Welsh from Camberwell Grammar. And in first place, Campbell Wilson Moran, Caulfield Aquatics.
Alrighty, we're kicking off event 43, the women's 13 and over 100 metre IM. Leading us in first place with a 14.61 in that butterfly leg is Isla. We were talking a little bit earlier about the backstroke to breaststroke turns and how lots of people do them a little bit differently. You've got the touch turn, you've got a crossover turn, you've got multiple ways of doing the crossover turn, but the rule is you have to have your belly button facing the roof. You can't turn over onto your tummy. That would be classed as an illegal turn, therefore a disqualification. Lane here leading us really nicely home in that freestyle leg. She's going to touch in a 1:14.48, closely followed by her opponent next to her with a 1:16.75.
In the water and away in racing, we have heat number 2 of this 100 metre individual medley. Lane number 6 with the best butterfly leg. She'll turn first in a time of 14.28 as we head down into the backstroke. Making their way down now. And touching first, Scarlett Siddles in lane number 4, 33.84, followed by Mackenzie Riley all the way out in lane number 9. In lane 0, Naomi is having a great breaststroke leg, starting to make her way through the field. She'll touch first, heading into the freestyle. And looking really strong and fast in this freestyle leg is Naomi out in lane 0. It looks like she's ever so slightly ahead. She touches the wall 1:15.35, followed by Scarlett in lane 4 and Natalie in lane 7.
Alrighty, heat 3 of 11 here for the women's 13 and over 100 metre IM. Leading us with a great first leg with a 14.53 is lane 2. But we've got some really good backstrokers in the water. So lane 4 is hitting in first for our 50 metre with a 32.83. Now it's going to be a race on that home stretch between lane 8 and lane 5. But it will be lane 4 with a 1:13.92, closely followed by lane 2 with a 1:13.99.
In the water now, heat number 4 of 11. Touching the wall first there, Amelia in lane 3 as we head down to the backstroke leg. Amelia Greaves in lane 9, staying under the water for the longest. Coming down to the back to breaststroke turn, it's still Amelia in lane 6, 33.52. Looking really strong in her breaststroke as well. She actually is gaining on the rest of the field through this breaststroke leg after that great fly to back turn. She'll turn first into this freestyle. Challenging her over in lane 6, Charlotte Kelly. But Amelia Greaves in this heat, too dominant. She will come down and touch the wall in a time of 1:11.01, followed by Charlotte Kelly 1:12.45, and touching third there, Lexi Freestone 1:12.73.
Alrighty, heat 5 of 11 of the women's 13 and over 100 metre butterfly, 100 metre IM, sorry. And in our butterfly leg, it is lane 7 leading us with a 14.47. Lane 9 is definitely challenging her over there, but it is anyone's race because lane 3 is also up there, along with lane 2. And it is lane 2 that turns in first with a 55.78. Who will bring it home in the freestyle? It is between lane 2 and lane 3, but it is lane 2 with a 1:12.84, and lane 3 closely following in second with a 1:12.87.
Heat number 6 is away and racing in the pool. And it's great starts from lanes 4, 7 and 9. Coming off the wall, the fastest and longest there was lane number 3. But the girls are all together in this 100 metre IM coming down to the backstroke to breaststroke turn. It's lane 9 leading the way, 32.99. And a really great battle between lane 2 and 3, Allegra and Imogen. Imogen just starting to make a move in this breaststroke leg. She'll turn first with 25 metres to go, heading into the freestyle and coming off about half a body length ahead of Allegra, who tries to stay with Imogen. As we come under the flags, can Allegra get Imogen? It will be Imogen in lane 3, 1:10.73, followed by Allegra, 1:10.86. And touching third in that heat was Therese, 1:11.97.
Alrighty, heat 7 in the pool with us. Starting off strong with some really good underwaters. Lane 4 touching in first. Lane 4 touching with a 32.08. Closely followed by lane 8 with a 32.16. But lane 8 leads us in this last 25 with a 54.11. Between these three girls, it is quite a battle for first place. But it will be lane 8 with a 1:11.61, closely followed by lane 7 with a 1:11.81.
Heat 8 off and swimming. Lane number 3, Melissa Sharp, looking great in this first butterfly leg as she turns for her backstroke, staying underwater for over 10 metres, really capitalising on that speed off the wall. We come down to the 50-metre turn, backstroke to breaststroke. Melissa looking great at this point in the race. We'll see if she can continue with that lead. Lane 5, Lucia, is having a great race as well. She's looking to try and gain a little bit of distance on the rest of the field to try and catch Melissa Sharp, having a really great breaststroke leg over in lane 9. Heyo gang, but it is Melissa Sharp. She's led from start to finish, really using her underwaters nicely for this short course swimming. She'll come down to the wall well ahead of the rest of the field, and she'll touch first, 1:09.73, followed by Heyo in lane 9, 1:11.79, and Catherine in lane 8 taking third in that heat, 1:11.98.
Alrighty, heat 9 of 11, an excellent underwater from lane 8. And she will touch in first with a 13.49. Lane 3 and lane 5 are in a battle for that second. Lane 4 is making her way up there. It is Lane 8 touching in first and Lane 5 touching in second. But it will be Lane 8 that brings it home for us with a 108.72. Second in Lane 4 with a 109.23. And third in Lane 6 with a 109.39.
Our second last heat in the water for our women's 13 and over 100 metre IM. And it's Lane 4 taking out that first 25, 13.29. Starting to challenge her is lane number 8, Sierra. But it's still Nazia in lane 4. Leading the way into this breaststroke leg. Her teammate over in lane number 8, though, having a really great swim. But it's still Nazia. She leads with 25 metres left. And she comes under the flags. It will be Nazia. She touches the wall in a 107.09, followed by Sierra 108.68, and touching the wall third there, Renee Lister 109.24.
Alrighty, we are on the last heat, so heat 11 of 11. This means that this is our fastest heat, so our fastest entry times to the competition. And touching in first was lane 3 with a 13.04. We'll see if she can keep that up for her backstroke leg. It is a tough battle here with most girls being up there for first and second. It looks like lane 5 is just coming apart from that group, but lane 7 is closely following her. It is heads down, legs fast for this last 25, but it will be lane 5 that touches with a 105.11, closely followed by lane 4 with a 106.19. And then in third place, it will be lane 7 with a 106.
In the water now, we have event 44, the men's 100 metre medley. We have 17 heats. Leading the way was Charles Callow in lane 1. As we come down to the backstroke to breaststroke turn, the 50 metres, it's still Charles leading the way out in lane number 1. Starting to pull away from the field is lane 7, Zhao. He's had the best of the breaststrokes along with lane 2, Henry Garland. With 15 metres left to swim, and Henry really moving through in that breaststroke leg. It looks to be like he will win this first heat in a time of 1:14.33, followed by Charles out in lane 1 and Zhao in lane 7.
Alrighty, heat 2 of the men's 13 and over 100 metre butterfly. We're starting off fast with this butterfly leg with lane 4 leading with a 13.99, just under that 14. And he keeps it up for this backstroke leg. But lane 3 is challenging him, so we'll see if he can keep this up for his breaststroke and his freestyle. And lane 4 touches with a 53.23, closely followed by a 55 in the lane next to him. I think the gap is too big and he will bring it home. Lane 4 touching with a 109.27, followed by lane 8 with a 113.05, followed by a 113.64.
Heat 3 often racing in the pool. And it'll be lane 7, Sean Wang leading the first butterfly leg out. Having a really great turn over in lane 1, Luca Yao. Really pushing through this backstroke leg in lane 5, Jaden Zhang. He'll turn... in lane 7, Sean will turn first, 32.37. Coming off the wall nice and strongly though, lane 5, Jaden Zhang really pushing through this breaststroke leg. He really started to make his move in the backstroke leg and he's only done further and further in front of the rest of the field. He'll come down under the flags in a really strong time of 109.81, followed by Evan Toe 112.94, and finishing third in this heat, Sean Wang.
Alrighty, heat 4 in the pool and swimming. Now lane 6 touching in first with a 14.07. Really nice underwater for that backstroke leg. And it has put him in the lead. And he touches in first with a 32.17. We'll see if he can keep this up for his breaststroke and his freestyle. And lane 6 touching in a 52.23 to bring it home. I think the gap's a little bit too big to close. However, second is up for grabs. It could be any one of these boys. Lane 6 touching in a 108.40. And lane 3 touching in a 111.81.
In the pool now we have heat number 5 of 17. Leading the way through there, Daniel Walter in lane 3. But having the better of turns is lane 6, Ethan Carr. With a beautiful backstroke. He'll turn first in a 29.88, followed by Bill Wang in lane 7. And it was a dominant first 50 from Ethan in lane 6. Still moving further ahead of the field. He's having a really great race. With 10 metres left to swim, he's absolutely smashed the rest of the athletes in the water. He'll touch the wall 105.50, followed by Bill Wang 108.72. And touching the wall third there in 111.62 is Daniel Walter.
Alrighty, heat 6 underway. Really strong start from lane 9 and lane 6, but also coming in at lane 4. Lane 6 is going to lead this backstroke leg with a 29.47. Lane 4 is chasing our lane 6 swimmer, and he does touch in first with a 49.63. And it will be lane 4 that brings it home for us, touching with a 105.52, closely followed by lane 6 with a 106.59. And our lane 0 in third with a 107.21.
In the water now we have heat number 7. Having the best of starts there is lane number 4, Gordon Chen. Also having a great swim out here in lane 9, Isaac Finlayson. But it will be Isaac that turns first, 30.69. In the middle of the pool, we've got Gordon Chan, Broderick Coyne, really battling it out in this breaststroke leg. Also over in lane 1, Oliver Hall. And it will be a Broderick that turns first into this freestyle leg. I think we're going to have a bit of a sprint finish here. He started really well, Gordon Chen, and he's now finishing in a time of 106.20, followed by Broderick, 107.26. And touching third there, Oliver Hall, 107.93.
Okay, heat 8 of 17 underway. Great start from these boys, in particular lane 7 and lane 8 going head to head. Lane 7 killing it with that underwater. But it will be lane 8, Campbell Mills, that touches him first with a 28.92. Lane 5 is creeping up for that first spot and touches him first with a 48.55. But lane 1 is challenging him. And it will be lane 1 that touches in first. Oh, sorry, lane 5 that touches in first with a 105.43. Closely followed by lane 2 with a 106.05.
Wayne swimming heat number 9 of our men's 100-metre medley. Liam Joy taking it out in that butterfly leg in a 12.94. He leads the way. Coming through now in the backstroke, we've got a Lucas in lane 5. He'll touch first at the 50-metre, 28.92, followed by Archie, 30.34. Xavier Lucas really put some distance on the rest of the field in that backstroke leg. So we'll see if he can hold it now here in the breaststroke. As we come down to the freestyle, the real sprint finish here, it's still Xavier Lucas in the lead. After that dominant backstroke leg, he's been able to take the win of heat number 9, 105.05, followed by Daniel in lane 7, 106.54, and touching third in heat number 9, Liam Joy, 106.78.
Heat 10 in the pool now of 17. Lane 2 making a fantastic start, touching in first with a 12.14. He's made that gap even bigger in that backstroke leg. But slowly catching him is lane 4, and lane 4 will touch just in second. And it is lane 4 that touches in first with a 103.31, and lane 2 touching in second with a 103.35. Closely followed by our third place swimmer in lane 1 with a 105.56.
We have heat 11 in the water now with us. Lane 3, Owen Kruger. Really taking it out nice and fast. He's already a body length ahead of the field. As we come down to the 50-metre turn, the backstroke to breaststroke turn. It's Owen leading the way, 27.17, followed by Cena in lane 2, 29.12. The boys trying to catch Owen out in front. It's still Owen leading the way ever so slightly as we come down 15 metres left to swim. He's really starting to push hard now as we come down under the flags. It will be Owen Kruger in a time of 102.13, followed by Javier Lay in lane 1, 103.78, and Hugo Carson, 104.10.
Alrighty, heat 12 of 17 in the pool. And it's a battle between lane 1 and lane 3. But it's really anyone's race at this point, but it will be lane 8 that touches in first with a 28.66. Lane 5, lane 8 and lane 9 have a really strong breaststroke leg here, so we'll see who brings it home in the freestyle. And it looks like it will be between lane 5 and lane 8, but it will be lane 5 with a 101.97, followed by lane 8 with a 102.09, followed by lane 9 with a 102.92.
If we could please have the backstroke ledge volunteers make their way down to pool deck. That was the backstroke ledge volunteers. Please make their way down to pool deck as soon as possible. We have heat number 13 in the water with us here. In lane number 4, Hunter Mace leading the way at the 50-metre turn. He'll turn first in a time of 27.81, followed by Matthew Golding at 28.67 as we head into the breaststroke. Matthew Golding in lane 3 starting to make his way through the pack. Obviously strong at his breaststroke. We'll see if he's made enough distance to win this heat number 13. And we've got an extremely close race on our hands here. This is going to come down right to the touch. It will be Riley Hodgins 102.16, followed by Hunter Mace 102.39. And touching third there, Matthew Golding 104.47.
Okay, heat 14 in the water now. Starting off with some really fast butterfly from lane 4 and lane 6. Lane 9 is starting to creep up, along with lane 8. These outside lanes are really holding up in this race. Lane 0 and lane 8 bringing it home in the freestyle. And it will be lane 0 touching in first with a 101.43. Followed by lane 4 with a 102.40.
Heat number 15 in the pool, often racing. Lane 4, Luca Brown. We've seen him a couple of times already this evening. He touched first, 12.00. Looking strong in this backstroke leg as expected. He touches the wall, 27.04. Challenging him, Louis in lane 5. And out in lane number 2, Benjamin Nolta making his way through the pack as well. As the boys are stroke for stroke, it looks like Louis is ever so slightly ahead. We'll come down to the touch yet again, 00.06 there for Louis in lane 5. Touching second, Luca Brown, 100.25, and third in that heat was Benjamin Nolta, 100.61.
All right, heat 16. Some fast underwaters there. But touching in first will be our lane 8 swimmer. It's a fight between lane 8 and lane 2, but also lane 6 here. Lane 9 having a really strong breaststroke leg, but it will be lane 2 that hits first with a 44.97. It really is between these three boys to bring it home in the freestyle. And it looks like it will be lane 5 with a 59.91. Closely followed by lane 2 with a 1 minute 05. And then in third with a 1 minute 45 lane 0.
We have our 17th and final heat of our 100-metre medley for our men. Felix Dressel-De Bruin taking out that butterfly leg and coming up ever so slightly ahead of Ewan Smith in lane 3. Ewan Smith making his way through. It'll be still Felix touching the wall first there, 26.16. We know Felix is a great breaststroker as he starts to make a lead on the rest of these boys coming through as well. Thomas Sutherland. Did Felix have enough of a lead on Tom Sutherland? I think he did. As we come down to the touch, it'll be Felix in a time of 55.44, followed by Tom Sutherland, 56.81. And touching third there, Ewan Smith, 57.64. Medalists for event 41, girls 100-metre breaststroke, our 13 to 14 age group. In third place, Katherine Andres from Western Aquatic Academy. In second place, Charlotte Kelly from Furbank Aquastars. And in first place, Renee Lister from Yarra Plenty Waves. Our women 15 to 16 age group. In third place, Keela Enters from Nunawading. In second place, Grace Adobe from Melbourne Swimming Club. And in first place, Zara Olawani from Melbourne Swimming Club. Our 17 and over girls. In third place, Alicia Brownbill from Melton. In second place, Imogen Nolan from Nunawading. And in first place, Madeline Horvath from Nunawading. Our medalists for event 42, boys 100-metre breaststroke, age 13 to 14. In third place, Jaden Zhang from Ringwood. In second place, Yijing Jiang from Nunawading. And in first place, Quinn Richmonds from Camberwell. Our 15 to 16 age group. In third place, Harold Zhu from MLC. In second place, Marlo Dressel-De Bruin from Melbourne Swimming Club. And in first place, Brian Gang from Nunawading Swimming Club. Our 17 and over age group. In third place, Lachlan Chan from Nunawading Swim Club. And in equal first place, from Caulfield Aquatics, Thomas Sutherland and Daniel Cave. We have an infraction report for event 44, heat 5. The swimmer in lane 9 left position on their back during the race in the backstroke section. That was event 44, heat number 5. Swimmer in lane 9 left position on their back during the race in the backstroke section.
Okay, we have event 45, the women's 100-metre multi-class IM. So we have 3 of our multi-class swimmers swimming in the pool at the moment. Jessica touching in first with a 38.63. Now we have to remember that just because our swimmer wins this heat doesn't necessarily mean they win the event. It's based on point score and how close they can swim to their record based on what classification they are. Our lane 4 swimmer has had such an exceptional race and is really bringing it home with that fast stroke rate and good kick. And Jessica touches in a 1:23.69, which is a huge PB. And our lane 6 swimmer touches in a 1:35.28. And Madeline Fox in lane 5, finishing with a 1:51.56.
In the water now, we have event number 46, our men 100-metre IM multi-class. As we saw in the race before, this race isn't really who gets their hand on the wall first. It's based off a point score. So the closer these athletes are to their respective classification world record, as we come down to 50 metres. James Logan, we've seen a couple of times already tonight, 31.63. So these boys chasing their own PBs. Benjamin Wills in lane 4, having a really great breaststroke leg. He'll turn first and get challenged by James Logan next to him. Great to see these two swimmers really racing each other nice and hard. As we come down to the wall, Benjamin Wills 109.98, followed by James Logan 110.47 and Hamish Keenan 111.57. Medalists for event 43, girls 100 metre IM, 13 to 14 age group. In third place, Maisie Graves from Nunawading. In second place, Renee Lister from Yarra Plenty. In first place, Sierra Kaufman from Surrey Park. Our 15 to 16 age group. In third place, Rihanna Chen from DVE Aquatic. In second place, Caitlin Ord from Caulfield Aquatics. And in first place, Grace Doby from Melbourne Swimming Club. Our 17 and over age group. In third place, Mia Yo from Caulfield Aquatics. In second place, Nazia Ikosidakis from Surrey Park. And in first place, Madeline Horvath from Nunawading. Our medalists for event 44, boys 100 metre IM, 13 to 14 age group. In third place, Christopher Lee from Surrey Park. In second place, Jaden Zhang from Ringwood. In first place is Jacques Ismail from Surrey Park. Our 15 to 16 age group. In third place, Alfie Graves from Nunawading. In second place, Luca Brown, Melbourne Swimming Club. And in first place, Harold Zhu, MLC Aquatic. Our 17 and over age group. In third place, Ewan Smith from Furbank Aquastars. In second place, Thomas Sutherland from Caulfield Aquatics. And in first place, Felix Dressel de Bruin from Melbourne Swimming Club.
All right, in the pool we have event 47, the women's 13 and over 200 metre medley relay.
In the pool with us, we have in lane 3, CA Tritons. In lane 4, Ivanhoe Swim. And in lane 6, we've got PLC Aquatic B team. Starting off with the backstroke leg. It looks to be PLC ever so slightly ahead, but coming under those flags, Ivanhoe Swim also there. Now into the breaststroke leg, and it was a really great change over there from PLC Aquatic. They've taken the lead ever so slightly over the other two teams in lanes 3 and 4.
And PLC will touch in first in a 53.35. But our lane 3 team is slowly catching her.
As we head down now to our butterfly leg. And CA Tritons have taken over the lead with a really nice change over there from swimmer number 3. She's got half a body length on the other two teams.
Great turn from Ivanhoe Swim.
CA Tritons still taking the lead in this first heat. They will touch the wall 2 seconds ahead of Ivanhoe Swim. Will we see Ivanhoe Swim be able to catch CA Tritons? She's trying ever so hard. Will she have enough room to get there?
What a fantastic freestyle leg from the Ivanhoe team. Will she get there? I think she might. And not quite. The Tritons take the win with a 2:19.86. Ivanhoe coming in second with a 2:19.91. And PLC in third with a 2:23.90. Alrighty, this is heat 2 of 3 of the women's 13 and over 200 metre medley relay.
It's a great start from Melbourne Swimming Club in the middle of the pool there. That is their B team.
And what an excellent underwater from Melbourne.
Yeah, this is a great first 50 from the Melbourne swimming team. We've got PLCA in 6, and in 9 we've got DV Aquatic also having a great first 50 leg there. And really nice changeover there from Nunawading, who snuck up to second place off that changeover. But it is a Melbourne Swimming Club very dominant so far in this event. His breaststroke leg, exactly like the backstroke leg, just gaining more and more distance on the rest of the field. Melbourne Swimming Club still in the lead here. They've gained quite a distance, but Nunawading had a really beautiful breaststroke leg. They are starting to make their way through in this butterfly leg, closing the gap ever so slightly on Melbourne Swimming Club. As we head into our final 50-50 freestyle, I think Melbourne have too far of a lead on the rest of the field, but PLC is starting to come up on the hip of Nunawading.
Nunawading still turning in second, but will they hold that second place for this last 25? Melbourne hitting the wall in first place with a 2:03.49, and it is Nunawading in lane 5 in second place with a 2:09.13, and in third place PLC with a 2:10.29.
In the water now, we have our third and final heat of our women's 4x50 medley relay. Taking it out nice and fast, we've got Caulfield Aquatics in lane 5.
Yeah, Caulfield had a fantastic start. They're really, really solid underwater.
Getting challenged there in lane number 4 now from Nunawading, and over in lane 2, Melbourne Swimming Club. And it is anyone's in the middle of the pool at this point in the race. We've got a nice race between Melbourne, Nunawading and Caulfield. I wouldn't discount Surrey Park sitting there as well in lane 3, but Nunawading starting to take a bit of a lead into this butterfly leg. It's still Nunawading out front, battling it out for third though, Caulfield and Surrey Park. Melbourne Swimming Club sitting comfortably in second, trying to challenge Nunawading. Again, Caulfield and Surrey Park starting to challenge Melbourne Swimming Club, but it's Nunawading out the front. I have a feeling that this is going to be a close finish here for the minor placings. Nunawading's got a clear lead, but it is that battle for second, third and fourth between Melbourne, Caulfield and Surrey Park. It looks to be Nunawading 155.26, followed by Surrey Park 157.28 and Melbourne Swimming Club finishing third 157.65. In the water now, we have our final event of this evening, event 48, our 4x50 men's medley relay. In lane 4, we've got DVE, Nice and Fast out. And then in lane 3, we've got Furbank, lane 5, Flyers, and lane 6, we have Sea Aquatic.
Great changeover from lane 4, our DVE team.
We have 3 heats of this event this evening, this being the first of them. DVE out nice and fast in that backstroke leg, doing the same thing in the breaststroke. As we come down to the changeover for the butterfly leg, it's still DVE out nice and fast from the rest of the field. Flyers in second there and Furbank in third, not too far behind. This is a really dominant display from DVE in this first heat, putting together a really nice 4x50 medley with only Freestyle left to swim. We've got Furbank and Flyers battling it out for the minor placings in the first heat. Furbank ever so slightly ahead of Flyers now with a really great changeover, but it's all DVE with 10 metres left to swim. And it will be DVE in a time of 2 minutes, 0.89. With a really fast final leg, Furbank, 2:08.94, followed by Flyers, 2:11.37.
Okay, we have heat 2 of 3 of the men's 13 and over 200 metre medley relay. Westbourne leading at the moment with 13.42 in that first 25, and they still lead in that first 50. Ivanhoe Swim in second. But Yarra Plenty giving it a good go for that second spot.
Coming into the 100 metres now, it is Westbourne out in front into their fly leg. Ivanhoe Swim sitting there in second and Yarra Plenty in third. Ivanhoe Swim with a really great changeover, and they've come up onto the hip of Westbourne.
Great butterfly leg from Ivanhoe. Yarra Plenty Waves trying to sneak in for that third place position now.
And it's still Westbourne, Ivanhoe Swim and Yarra Plenty. Ivanhoe having the better of changeovers. And a really fast final 50 leg. And Ivanhoe Swim have completely taken over this race. Put a whole body length on Westbourne. They will touch the wall first in this heat, 150.75, followed by Westbourne 152.89 and Yarra Plenty 153.06. Well, we're down to our final race of this evening, and I think it's going to be a good one. Out in lane 2, we have Caulfield B, and in lane 4, Caulfield A leading the way. With Surrey Park in lane 6 also leading the way, but lane 4, Caulfield Aquatics A, 25.22 in the first 50 as we come down to the breaststroke.
Surrey Park really making their stance. They want this first place position.
And it looks to be the two Caulfield teams out in front. The A team ever so slightly ahead of the B team. You've got Nunawading that's come through in the breaststroke leg, coming down to the butterfly. And our Caulfield A team have put lengths on the Caulfield B team. It really is a battle now for those minor medals. As we come down to the freestyle, it's Caulfield Aquatics A. But a real battle on our hands here for the minor places. We've got Caulfield B, we've got Melbourne, we've got Nunawading, we've got Surrey Park. In a dominant display, we have Caulfield Aquatics A team, who have just broken the Metro record, 1:38.63, followed by Caulfield B team, 1:42.00, and finishing third, their Melbourne Swimming Club, 1:42.22. Medalists for event 45, our girls 100 metre IM multi-class, our 14 and under, Scarlett Morgan in second from Western Melbourne Propulsion. In first place, Jessica McDermott from Western Melbourne Propulsion. And our women 15 and over, first place, Madeline Fox from Melbourne Swimming Club. event 46, our boys 100 metre multi-class 14 and under. In third place, Henry O'Brien, Melbourne Swimming Club. In second place, Phoenix Zhang from Caulfield Aquatics. And in first place, Ming Zi Pang from Camberwell. Our 15 and over age group, in third place, Kelvin Tran from Oasis Otters. In second place, James Logan from Melbourne Swimming Club. And in first place, Hamish Keenan, Western Melbourne Propulsion. Medalists for our event 47 women 13 and over 200 metre medley relay. In third place, Melbourne Swimming Club. In second place, Surrey Park Swimming Club. And in first place, Nunawading Swimming Club. Medalists for our men 13 and over 200 medley relay. In third place, Melbourne Swimming Club. In second place, Caulfield Aquatics B team. And in first place, Caulfield Aquatics A team. And that completes day one of UNCLOUD Metro Short Course Championships for 2025. We'll be back here in the morning from 8:30 for our 12 and under session. Thank you very much.